Yeah, I'm looking at both. I'm just putting my notes, which one I want to pull. So it'll line up. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll reconvene to open session. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A closed session was held pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in two matters for legal counsel to confer regarding the matters. One was Carson LLC versus City of Carson, case number 20 STCV 1646. No reportable action was taken. The other matter was case Watson Land Company versus City of Carson, case number 18 STC P019720. Again, no reportable action was taken.
Thank you. We have our introduction of our Captain Jones from the Carson Sheriff Station. Are you here, Captain?
I can't believe I forgot my
glasses. Good evening, Madam Mayor, rest of the council, Mayor Pro Tem, to our city managers, entire staff. For my report this evening, I just wanted to go over a couple safety tips and some different things going on. Recently, we had some individuals impostoring as Cal Water going to some of our residents' locations, saying they needed to look at their water system or things of that nature. So I just want to go over, first of all, a couple things regarding any type of scam from someone claiming to be from Cal Water or any utility. If they claim to be affiliated with it, just know, like for Cal Water, they should have a uniform with the logo on. All Cal Water employees, they not only have their uniform on, but they also have a badge which usually has their picture ID as well as the Cal Water logo. If this does happen, also the Cal Water employees, in most situations, there are a few, but in most situations are driving or should be in a Cal Water identified vehicle also in that. If someone does come to your door and claim to be from any utility company, just ask questions of that individual, as well as if you know you did not schedule an appointment or you're not expecting anyone, do not allow them to come inside your home. You can also reach out Cal Water as well as the other utility companies. They have customer service numbers, so feel free to call them out. And then last but not least, do not hesitate to call us at the Carson Sheriff Station at our business line, 310-830-1123, or it's in some form of emergency or it seems like they're trying to break into your home, dial 911. You all may have seen on the news sometime last week, there was an individual who had unfortunately murdered 4 individuals, 3 being homeless, and 1 was an individual in San Dimas. I bring this up for 2 reasons. The individual that he murdered in San Dimas, he followed him home from an EV charging station. And so I wanted to go over with our residents some safety tips if you do find yourself leaving a store, casino, bank, or a friend's house or whatever, and you think someone is following you home. The first thing is, I just want to remind you, do not drive home. Try to drive to your local fire station, police station, immediately get on the phone and try to call your local police. Don't go to, a family member's home. Try not to bring attention that you're aware that they're following you. Ensure that your doors are locked. If you do get stopped at like a red light or a stop sign, be cognizant if other cars are trying to come around you to block you in. And just be aware of your surroundings. But I just want to reiterate, try not to go home, drive to your police station, and immediately call local law enforcement or authorities. The last thing that I will go over is just to remind some folks of our holiday safety tips. Like we say all the time, please stay alert. If you are shopping, keep valuables where they are hidden, and put them in a trunk or somewhere where they're not seen. If you have to shop at night, try to park in a well-lit area. Try to go along with someone else. If you have a purse, try to keep it where it's in front of you. Keep it completely closed. If you're leaving out in the nighttime time, please locate your keys prior to getting out. Don't be walking out of that store or a venue, and then now you're fumbling through your purse or whatever it is trying to find your keys. Before you exit that store, please have your keys ready to go so you can quickly enter your vehicle. If at all possible, please avoid carrying large amounts of cash. Place your wallet inside your front pants pocket, and then try not to overload yourself with a lot of packages. If you're shopping online, just try to take all the precautions to make sure you protect your identity and make sure you don't become a victim of any type of cybercrime. There's always people saying, oh, we got a deal, 3 for 1, this 30-minute special, but just please only shop on secure and certified sites. Please continue to monitor your credit card and bank accounts on a regular occasion. I know a lot of the credit, TransUnion, Equifax and different things, they'll give you a free credit report once a year. So if you take those 3 different entities, that means you can get at least one credit report maybe every 4 months or so. So that's 3 times a year you'll be able to check your credit. When you do make transactions, please confirm the accuracy of your transactions. There are some Amazon Prime scams that are happening. So please, if you receive some type of email, some form of text, do not click the link. It's just a spam, and they're phishing. We call it phishing or even quishing scam. And quishing is something new. Everyone's using the QR code. So now what they're doing is they're attaching fake accounts to the QR code for you to go take a picture of, and then now they're trying to get your individual situation. Your private information. So do not provide money or payment or any information of that nature. Like I said, confirm the webpage that it's the actual business that you're shopping from. So if you say, hey, I'm going to go purchase something from Target, and then you scan a QR code or you type in some link or you hit some link, and now it takes you to Jones Incorporated, then somehow that's a fake URL or web page. So just be cognizant of that. Just remember, if you are planning to travel during the holidays, do not hesitate to give us a call and request a patrol check so we can have our deputies as well as our volunteers on patrol to conduct patrol checks. This concludes my report for this evening. Just thank you all for your support of the men and women of Carson Sheriff Station. Are there any questions of me?
Thank you, Captain. Are there any questions from my colleagues?
Madam Mayor?
Councilman?
Captain, thank you. Thank you for the report. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to the entire staff, county employees in the Carson Sheriff Station, the great work that you do, and we want to spread the spirit and the good cheer throughout our city. It's really important, and I know your staff are very diligent and will be working 24/7 to make sure Carson is safe over the holiday season. So, again, a great big thank you to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you
Happy
all.
holidays to you.
Yes, thank
We'll
you.
see you around town.
Will do. Merry Christmas to
Merry
you all. Be
Christmas.
safe.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
We have a report from our captain, Chief Kevin Price of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. Welcome.
Welcome. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, City Managers, and everybody in attendance. My name is Kevin Price. I'm currently today working Battalion 7 here in the city of Carson. I'm standing in for Assistant Chief Brian Bennett. He was unable to make it tonight, so I have drew the duties. So I'm here to go over the stats for the LA County Fire Department for the month of November. If you can look at your stats, we had a total of 17 calls for fires, and those calls include from warming fires to structure fires to vehicle fires. So we had a total of 7 for the month of November. In regards to rescues and emergency calls, we went on a total of 666 calls, and those calls range from sick persons, sick LS, sick BLS, and also any type of emergency medical calls that we go on in the city. Total number of hazardous conditions calls was 3 for the city. Service calls, calls for service were 9, and those calls could be for anything from public assist to going to people's houses to check on, do investigations. We did a total of 236 good intent calls, and those are calls that we've arrived on scene where they deemed that there's no need for fire department involvement. So those are good. Those are called good intent calls. We went on a total of 26 false alarms, and those can come from commercial buildings, fire alarms, and things of that sort. So we went on 26 of those for the month of November. Special incidents type calls, there was on a total of 6. So for the month of November, we went on a total of 1,238 calls. Property loss for the month was 96,900. And content loss for the month was $76,700 in total loss. Other than that, we had a total of 908 transports for emergency medical calls, and that's for ALS and BLS calls. And that's all I have in regards to the stats for our call volume throughout the city for the month of November. I'd like to add, I currently head the Central Region Explorer program, for which Post 116 is one of my posts. And I'd like to tell you that the city, the Fire Station 116 has done a good job. We have a total of 24 explorers at that post from all parts of the city, not mainly from Carson, but throughout the South Bay. So include those kids come from Torrance, from Long Beach, from Downey, and all those kids that go to that post at 116. The guys at 116 works very hard with the kids, and we've got good results with the exposure that we get with the Explorer program. We will eventually be sending those explorers out into the community to do community events, to attend, to be a part of the community, and show what they've learned when they're at the station during their post meetings. They're also doing 12-hour ride-alongs when they're ride-along at each of each of the stations here in the city of Carson, where they gain experience to prepare them to become full-fledged firefighters one day. So I'm very proud of our program. Our program is that we just got it back up and running from being off for COVID. It's a new program. The way we're running is new, so it's it'll be more robust in the coming years. So thank you guys for your helping us out and helping our kids out in the communities. So other than that, just wanted to give a couple of things, nuggets for the holidays. I know a lot of people, we tend to go on more warming fires at this time of year for people who experience homelessness. So just a reminder to maybe make sure that if they do have those fires, please tend to those fires, make sure that they're not in areas where things can kind of catch on fire. Also, in using candles in the city, at this time of year, a lot of people use candles and things like that, so be diligent in making sure that before you go to sleep, you put those candles out so that we don't have to experience any fires in the middle of the night. Other than that, that's all I have. That's in the report. Is there any questions?
Why, thank you very much for that comprehensive report. And happy holidays to you, and send my best regards to your boss.
I will.
Okay. Are there any comments from my colleagues?
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Councilman?
Battalion Chief, welcome.
Yes, welcome.
I
Thank you.
appreciate your report very much. And have you statistically noticed an increase in the number of calls for homeless services? You know, when they're homeless, they call the paramedics. The sheriffs may call the paramedics and the fire department. Is there an increase over the past year? Because we seem to have an increase in number of homeless in Carson. And I know you handle the county unincorporated as well. And a lot of them, I live on the west side of Carson. They're living along the freeway, and they've started a few, at least 2 or 3 fires in the last couple of years. It can be very dangerous, as we know. Under the 10 freeway was quite a disaster.
Yes.
So what are you experiencing as far as all of the stations in Carson?
I think that, well, I can't speak for Carson because I'm just working here today as a replacement.
Are you out of Gardena?
Excuse me?
Are you out of the Gardena headquarters?
My main base is out of Inglewood.
Inglewood, thank
Yeah.
you. Okay.
So, in whole, this time of year, especially when the weather starts to get the temperature start to go down, we start to get an increase of sick people and things like that. So, yes, I think countywide there is an increase. There has been an increase in call volume in regards to people experiencing homelessness, and so that's something that the fire department, we do look at, and we do look at those statistics, and we provide our care to anyone who calls.
I see. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. And again, happy holidays to you, and we'll see you around town.
Happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Captain Jones?
Yes, please.
Oh, Captain Jones, you have something you want to add?
No, real quick, I just wanted to acknowledge in the forward thinking of our city manager's office and our mayor and our entire council when it comes to our license plate reader cameras. I mentioned earlier how the murder suspect was caught from committing those 4 murders from last week in LA City and in San Dimas. And the reason he was caught was the sheriff's department detectives input his license plate information in a database. And as that individual, as we know, San Dimas is not near Beverly Hills, but as he was traveling through Beverly Hills, his license plate was read on the license plate reader cameras in Beverly Hills, which allowed those officers in Beverly Hills to capture him and be able to hold him accountable. And I'm, as the captain and chief of police for this area, I'm excited for us having those license plate reader cameras, because that's going to help my staff ensure we protect all the residents here and keep them safe. And if somehow we have some bad character like that enter our city, we'll be able to stop him before he harms anyone. So I just wanted to make sure you guys are aware of how your efforts and forward thinking with the license plate reader cameras, I believe, are going to play a big role in us continuing to be successful in keeping our city safe.
Thank you. And they'll all be up and running by when?
By the end of this month. I know right now, I think 61 of the 73 are already installed. So I think your staff is working diligently along with the staff that's been contracted to install them.
So by the middle of January, I should have I got you.
It'll be a happy new year.
Yes, ma'am.
Happy new year.
Yeah.
This month?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
We'll start the new year off right,
In the
catching all
right.
these criminals.
Yes.
Thank you very, very much, Captain, for that report. I had asked our city manager what was an update on it, so I'm glad you reported back. Thank you. Now we have a legislative update from our Senator, Steve Bradford. Are you here, Steve? Mr. Senator?
Honorary Councilman.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you.
It's really an honor to be here, and thank you for this opportunity to provide my annual legislative update. It's been a practice that I've had for the last 7 years when I've represented the city of Carson as your senator, and a practice that I've had for 13 years. It's been in the legislature. And I will just quickly start by stating we had a challenging year this year in the state of California as it relates to our budget and our overall economy. We were impacted by storms at the first of this year, and we had a tougher budget picture than we have seen in recent years. And quickly provide an overview. If California was a nation, we would be the fourth leading economy in the world. This year, we passed the $310 billion budget, consisting of $225 billion of our general fund, $82 billion from special funds, and $3 billion from bond funding. In doing so, we were able to address a $31 billion deficit. Last year, as you can recall, the state had a budget surplus of $97 billion. Emerging from COVID. And we were able to provide checks to all eligible citizens here in the state of California. But storms, which resulted in a declaration of natural disasters, caused the state to delay collection of income revenue, which has resulted in this year's budget deficit. And we just had a report at the end of last week, and unfortunately, our budget will not look this as good coming into the next fiscal year as well. So it's going to require us to be very mindful of what we do and how do we approach our spending in the state of California. Recognizing that we had to manage a budget deficit, but also protect important state programs, the legislature focused on making sure that this year's budget protected our progress and that we made over the last several years. I'm proud to have worked with my colleagues to protect our progress by funding important initiatives on homelessness, infrastructure, climate, housing, and continue our efforts to help ensure every community in California to be safe and prosperous. Thanks to more than a decade of responsible budgeting in the state of California, we were able, this state's budget, I should say, protected the middle class, included higher levels of rainy day funds and reserves, and maintained critical programs that millions of Californians depend on a daily basis. We enacted groundbreaking gun reform legislation to protect our communities from these senseless and violent tragedies that we see all too often throughout this state and this nation, more so than anywhere else in the world. And we protected historic infrastructure investments to our transit and provided new financing and funding flexibility for our public transportation system. We enshrined strong consumer protections for Californians, cracking down on hidden consumer fees, and we passed legislation in a special session earlier this year to create an unprecedented transparency into the oil industry to protect consumers at the pump. But I also was mindful that I know how important the oil industry is not only to the city of Carson, but to my district. I have 4 refineries in my district. So I was also mindful that we made sure we protected those jobs for the men and women and communities have come to depend on this industry. I also chair the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Communications, and I'm committed to ensuring that our power continues to be reliable, safe, and affordable as we transition to a cleaner energy economy. Also, for the last 2 years, I was honored to serve on the California Reparations Task Force, the first in the nation. On June 30th, we provided the legislature with our final report. It's 1,100 pages, so if you don't have nothing to do, it's an easy read. But it had over 115 recommendations on what reparations could be to start the repairs of the lasting harm suffered through descendants of chattel slavery and other African Americans. There is much work to be done as we relate to educating not only my legislative colleagues, but California citizens as a whole as it relates to reparations. And educating people to understand that reparations is not a gift, it's not a handout, and it surely is not charity. It is a debt that was promised, a debt that is owed, and a debt that's 160 years overdue. This year, I'm proud to say that I personally authored a number of bills, and I'll just quickly go over them, that were signed. First and foremost, SB 673, the Ebony Alert. This is the first bill in the nation that will address the pervasive issues of missing African American women and children by creating a specific emergency notification similar to Amber Alert. The Ebony Alert would provide law enforcement with the additional tool to disseminate timely, accurate information with the public and the media to be more effective to assist in locating these black youth and young women. African Americans make up 12% of the population, but we make up 38% of individuals who become missing on a regular basis, and very rarely do you ever see an Amber Alert notification when they're missing. Next is SB 392, a tied house exemption for the Intuit Dome. I'm the author of the Intuit Dome bill. That's going to be the new home for the Clippers basketball team. The tied house exemption just affords that facility to not only sell but advertise alcohol on that venue. And next is SB 384, barber and cosmetology. It allows licensed barbers and cosmetologists who received their first violation for a minor safety infraction to take a remedial training course and keep that violation off their record and be similar to a traffic violation. As we know, many of these businesses are owned by men and women, small business owners, minority business owners. So we want to make sure that these individuals are able to continue working and keep their doors open and maintain their livelihood. Next is SB 51, which is the cannabis provisional license. It promotes greater diversity in California's cannabis industry. It authorizes the Department of Cannabis Control to issue provisional license for local cannabis equity applicants for retail activities for up to 5 years. Many folks are unaware that it takes almost 2 to 3 years to stand up a dispensary business here in California. It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. And despite being an industry that's only 6 years in existence, it's 85% white male dominated. So regardless of where you stand on cannabis, it's legal, and we should want to make sure that it represents all of Californians and that everybody has opportunity to prosper and make a living if that's where they choose to invest their money. SB 413 extends the interdistrict permit transfers. It gives California larger county offices of education and parent guardians the proper time to adequately prepare and hear an appeal when a student wants to change school districts in their county. This bill renews the current 60-day timeline for county boards to make their decision and allow for the best outcome for students and their families. And SB 661, 3 years ago, I was the author of what's now called NIL, SB 206, which allows student athletes in college to monetize their name, image, and likeness. We have now added an additional provision for Division I and Division II athletes that they will have to take financial literacy. These universities need to provide them with financial literacy because I didn't do that bill for young men and women to go out and buy Rolexes and Rolls Royces and stuff like that. We want them to be able to invest in their future. So now the universities of D1s and D2s are required to provide financial literacy to these athletes. And it also allows them to, if they're injured, the school has to honor their scholarship. And so hopefully that'll help. And we've seen so far, it's keeping kids in school longer as well. You're no longer going to hear the one and done that you've seen a lot of athletes do, get their 1 year eligibility and then they go off to the pros. We're seeing that kids are now making a longer commitment to stay in college. SB 700, employment discrimination for cannabis use, prevents an employer from asking a job applicant of their prior use of cannabis. It does not change the existing law pertaining to testing for cannabis or prohibiting cannabis use on the job. It just simply says you can no longer ask that question if you're interviewing somebody for a job. And SB 499, police decertification. You might remember 2 years ago I authored SB 2, was a police decertification bill in the state of California, allowing us to have a transparent, fair way to get rid of bad officers. This simply makes technical changes to our state policies for decertification and allows post-commission to better implement and administer the decertification process, which makes it fair and transparent to both the officer and the community. And when a police officer violates public trust, California now has a process to ensure that that person can never have the responsibility of wearing a gun and a badge. And we just saw a clear example of that in the San Jose Police Department when an officer with his racist text and tweets. And last but not least, I have a bill that we're going to move this year, SB 490, which will stand up the infrastructure for a reparations task force. So we'll be able to administer whatever those reparations are. We needed inter-department agencies to have the oversight and determine who's qualified. And I just want to say happy holidays. We had our turkey giveaway 2 weeks ago, and I know a lot of Carson residents came out to participate. And next week on December 9th at Cal State Dominguez Hills, we'll be providing our Christmas toy giveaway and books and school supplies as well. And I'll quickly mention some budget opportunities. We've secured $500,000 for the Diamond Institute at Cal State Dominguez Hills and an additional $15 million for infrastructure on that campus. As you know, Dominguez is one of the newer campuses in the CSU system, but it has been greatly neglected as it relates to infrastructure. So we secured another $15 million. And we also secured $2 million. Many of you might listen to KGLH Radio and know Kevin Nash. Kevin Nash runs an amazing nonprofit called Accelerated Radio that teaches young kids how to not only be air personalities, but engineers as well. And it will help him further that program and allowing young kids throughout this district to learn the industry of radio broadcasting. So I will stop right there. And if there's any questions, Santa, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Well, Santa wants to thank you for taking care of Cal State Dominguez Hills and that $15 million. The infrastructure is awesome, and all your hard work that you've been doing. And I want to put this little buzz out, help us out a little bit also. I know Cal State Dominguez is in the city, and work with my city manager and give us a little love also. But you're doing a great job. I just want to say thank you, all kidding aside. I really need the money, but all kidding aside, it's just to say thank you.
Let us know where the need is, and if there's funds, I'll be more than happy to direct them. I know last year I got $12 million for the 91 freeway. People said Compton, but it helps everybody here on this corridor. So we still haven't finished that project, but it was a start. So no, I'll be more than happy to direct funds.
Infrastructure is very important to us here in the city. So appreciate you and your report, giving us your annual report. And from your Santa in Carson, happy holidays to you and all my colleagues. You have something, MPT?
Yes. Thank you, Senator. We appreciate your update. Appreciate your giveaway. I did see a lot of Carson residents there, and we're incredibly.
Thank you for your help there. You helped out too.
Yeah, we're incredibly grateful for you. We do have a request. As Carson is one of the leading and growing cities, there are a lot of brownfields that we are encountering. And as our champion for the next year, we would love for you to go and champion some help with these brownfields that we have as we're trying to develop infrastructure and be the city that's on the cutting edge, the last city in the South Bay with land to develop. We're having challenges with developers coming and then understanding the toxicity of the land that is here. We're asking for the state to come in and help us and develop. We could develop more housing. We could develop more things if we had help on remediating the land. So that's my clarion call for the last year fight that you're going to have in your Senate district, and you've done an incredible job. So we would love for you. We know it's going to go down in your legacy that you got Cal State Dominguez, this amount of money, the Donnelly Institute, this amount of money, Compton, this amount of money. But I want to put one more feather in your cap and ask you to fight for the brownfield for us.
Well, that's no problem. I will do that, and I'm pretty sure you're aware, 3 years ago, I championed the tax exemption for the residents in the carousel track that were living on contaminated land. So they were able to waive their taxes and be rebated for property that they weren't able to live in while it was being rehabilitated. So I'm clearly aware of some of the challenges, the environmental challenges that exist not only in Carson but throughout the district.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I want to ditto my colleagues, my MPT, because we sent a letter all the way up to our U.S. senators. The governor, Feinstein, received one. Saying we need help. These brownfields, we kind of inherited them. It's not just a Carson problem.
No.
It's a regional problem, and you can't expect cities like our size to remediate these brownfields. So we need help, and I'm glad he reminded us of, when I say infrastructure, we need help so we can become the true diamond of the South Bay that we're all destined to become. Councilwoman.
Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator, for all that you've done, and looking forward to even better things in the next year. Everybody has said a lot of the great things, but congratulations, and we are very happy and honored to have you with us and support us. So thank you.
Thank you for being a great partner.
The other Santa.
I thought it was Elf.
Councilman Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To Senator, thank you for what you do for the district. I know you're a hardworking person because I see you all over the place. trying to figure out how do you get from A to B so quickly, but you make your rounds.
Said I was late last night.
Yeah, you were late. you were late. You were late. See, I wasn't gonna say nothing about that, but you showed up. That's the most important part. But again, thank you for your support for our alma mater, CSUDH, and that, once a Toro, always a Toro, and that as you go to the next level, just continue doing the same work that you do at this level, because I know where you want to go. All you got to do is put your eyes on it, you get it.
Amen.
Councilman Deere.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Bradford. Excellent report, and no one can say that you're not busy. You accomplished quite a bit this last year, and I really appreciate it in Carson. I'm sure your entire district appreciates it. And I want to agree with my colleagues that if you could, in this last year, accomplish this task that basically is going to help a city like Carson and others with the brownfields and the landfills, because when the redevelopment agencies were dismantled, we still had the problem, and it's in the interest of the state, as you know, to have these brownfields and landfills developed into productive properties. So if you could task yourself with that, you would be a hero to us. Thank you.
Message well received.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And again, happy holidays to you.
Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays as well, and Happy New Year. Thank you.
I'm going to ask my jolly colleagues to join me down front for our presentations. Are they here? Well, hi everyone. How are you? First of all, I want to recognize one of my colleagues on the City Council. We always recognize our volunteers and people that help make Carson what it is today. That's a vibrant, thriving city, and we could do nothing without some of our volunteers we're going to recognize. But tonight, I want to do a special recognition. To someone that works around the clock. I don't know how he does what he does and takes care of his family, but he has put Carson on the map in more than one way. And tonight I want to introduce you to and give him a round of applause for being elected the National Black Caucus of Local Elected Officials as the 2024 Regional Director. That is huge. That is huge. The first time the city of Carson has had this level of presence on any board. This is a regional position. And Cedric, I am so proud of you. Words cannot express this, because when I heard last week, I was just excited and ecstatic. And I know you're the chairperson for the South Bay COG. That's huge. That is huge. He's the president. We've never had anyone serve in that capacity in the 55 years of the history of the city of Carson. This young man is out talking the talk, walking the walk, and putting Carson on the map, because when you start talking about funding, you have to have someone at the table. Not only is he at the table, he is the man. And they're so excited about having him because he cuts those meetings short. Meetings that used to go for 3 hours, an hour and a half, the meeting's over. It's called, he runs his meetings. But I'm excited because now when you talk about Carson, he could talk about what our needs are. And these are two big positions. So Cedric Hicks, this certificate of recognition is presented to you, Councilman Cedric Hicks Jr., in recognition of your election to the National Black Caucus of Local Elected Officials as the 2024 Regional Director. We're looking forward to our community being enhanced as a result of this designation. Enhanced. Congratulations from a proud city and community is dated today, the 5th of December, signed by your mayor, me, Mayor Pro Tem Jawan Hilton. It's also signed by you. And Councilman Jim Deere and Councilman Arlene Bugatia Rojas. Thank you. And also I have for you, they're ready. I want you to be able to, it says to Director Hicks, so when he starts ending these meetings, he has something that has his name on it. And again, from your colleagues on the city council. See, these things you have to think about these. You just can't order them in the same day. So a little thought went into this to say, congratulations, go get them. Oh, photo. Thank you.
Well, Madam Mayor, can you guys hear me? It's a labor of love, for me to be represented and being at these meetings. I always go to a lot of these meetings, and I always hear the conversations and what goes on, but I never hear anything about the city of Carson. And like I was saying, if I'm upset behind it, then I got to do something about it. So when the opportunity came for me to be the next person to step up to the plate, I put my name on the ballot, and this was in Atlanta. This is at the National League of Cities Conference. And it was over 4,000 people in attendance, and I put my name on the ballot. And I had to go to a meeting for the National Black Caucus. I had to do a speech before at least 300 or 400 people because it was me and a guy from up north that was running for the directorship. Well, I told my wife and I told my friend from San Bernardino, councilman, that I'm not going to get it because everyone that was there were basically from up north or for the middle part of California. When they actually did the vote, I got 76% of the vote. And on top of that, at the end of the vote, and they announced that I was the winner, I have about 25 cards from African-American elected officials for the state of California, all up and down the state. So one of the key things is bringing all of this information together and just moving this actual organization forward, and that with my colleagues, along with everyone else, I just want to say thank you for allowing me to actually be your voice and your face at this time.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank his wife. You know how we are, ladies. So thank you to your entire family for allowing you to do what you do, and that's to represent the city of Carson. Job well done, and we appreciate you. Thank you. Next on the agenda is a proclamation for International Volunteer Day. How many of our volunteers, and I'm going to ask my MPT to read this as we bring up all of the volunteers. Which ones? At the top, Kevin Johnson, Stan Akita, Javier Ballesteros, Walter Perez, Craig Davis, Gary Preston. Come on down. I wanted to stand. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Craig?
Craig, thank you so much. Kevin, come on up here, guys. Get in line. Don't leave. We're going to take a photo.
Vince. Vince.
Is Vince here? Or Walter Perez?
Scott?
Walter Perez?
Gary?
He said it was at the top. Gary's sick.
Jesse? Ricky?
Does anyone have two? His is on top.
You got it right there.
Okay.
He has two. Oh, he wanted to be recognized twice. I tell you. I tell
Double.
you.
Double volunteer.
Yes. Well, let's do the picture first. We'll do the picture first, and then we. Come on over here. Come on, baby, for a quick photo shot.
Right here. Yeah. There you go.
All right, you young.
They got them good knees. Oh, okay, no problem.
And stay right here, gentlemen. Stay right here. You can stand up, but stay up front. I want everybody to see you. I want everybody to see this. What the ladies? I know I got some ladies in the snack bar. What happened? They couldn't. They had to take care of the kids tonight. But what you see here is the what I call a lifeline of the city of Carson. We cannot pay our volunteers for the amount of time that you spend helping us to make this city what it is today. Your time is invaluable. We cannot do what we do. You spend countless hours with our kids in the parks. You spend countless hours. Are all of you guys coaches, men? The coaches. They coach our most precious commodity. We turn them over to you. They leave school and they come to our parks. We in Carson call this front-end loading. We invest in our children now so that we don't have to pay later. Look at my little guy here. We're investing in this baby. These are our future leaders of tomorrow and coaches, and I know there are mothers that work in the snack bar. There are women that coach these teams also, because we're out there. My daughter coached. But I just want to let you know from a grateful city, because we always recognize people for doing other things in the city, but I wanted the city to see the face of the city, what keeps our parks safe. We have some of the best ran parks in the city of Carson. We're putting a lot of money into those the parks that you're coaching at. And we want to let you know tonight how much we appreciate you. And if it's anything that we can do to assist you when you're giving of your time and your talent and you're away from your family, whatever we can do to assist you, don't be afraid to ask. Mike Whitaker is the director. He came up through the program when he was 14 years old. He knows what your needs are. So I always tell people a closed mouth does not get fed, okay? If you can think it, the city of Carson is in a position right now. We have in our budget, for the first time in the 50-year history of this city, $108 million. Surplus, okay? First time in the history of the city of Carson, these little red shoes, and my colleagues, MPT, and my councilman Hicks, and I know if my colleague had been there, we took a bold step that no one had ever taken before. And that will say, if you're in the city of Carson, you have to pay your fair share. So we put all tax on the ballot, and we put one that says there was a different tax. That had never been done before. And I put it on at the time I was running for election, so it wasn't about me. It was about what I thought was best for your city, okay? And you need these people, these coaches, to have the best recreation programs in the city of in the state. and we've been honored. So thank you, MPT.
Madam Mayor, I really don't have to read this certificate because you talked about the value of volunteers. Last night I was at Stevenson Park. Both of my daughters are signed up for basketball, so I saw volunteers just work last night. So I'm gonna skim through this. I'm gonna give you the Reader's Digest version. City of Carson proudly supports the International Volunteer Day today, December 5th, 2023, to raise awareness of the important role volunteers play in responding to the challenges facing the world. This year's theme, If Everyone Did, centers on the power of everyone, developed by United Nations volunteers, and International Volunteers Day is a day to celebrate and promote volunteering. There are millions of volunteers nationwide, and the contributions that make to communities around the country are enormous. And International Volunteers Day is an opportunity to acknowledge, thank, and shine a light on the important work of volunteers. Whereas now, therefore, be it resolved, the Mayor and the City Council of Carson, California do hereby proclaim December 5th, 2023 as International Volunteers Day, honor the remarkable contribution of volunteers in our community, and express our deepest appreciation for their outstanding service. Dated this 5th day of December 2023.
Let's give them a round of applause. Kim, just a second. Kim, I don't know why you're not up here. Kim Cordata, come on up here. This is volunteer extraordinaire right here. Okay, Parks and Recreation Commissioner, Carson Park Snack Bar, and now she does it all. Anytime there's an event in the city of Carson, you will see Kim. And Kim, we're going to get you a certificate because I cannot say enough for her. She does not shy away from any work. It's never a assignment that's too small. And she runs the YMCA food senior lunch program. I went over there the other day, and I complained to the staff, but I want to thank them because I went into the kitchen. It was not up to standard. But I went over there was it this week? Last week. It's spotless, organized, and when I went before, it had padlocks and was dirty. She has taken a personal ownership in that kitchen, and it's spotless. I'm proud of it, to say, and it takes a lot to get me proud. But so thank you, Kim. You will get a certificate. I know you get many, but this is for the countless hours that you put in to make this city great. Thank you. Let's take a picture with Kim. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. What's the we have one more certificate? No, National AIDS Day. It's going to be presented by Councilwoman Arlene Rojas.
Okay, are we good here? Okay, so we have a proclamation in recognition of World AIDS Day. No? Hello. Okay, very good. Yes, so we have a proclamation for World AIDS Day. So I will read this. Okay. You want that one? I'll read this. Whereas World AIDS Day is celebrated on December 1st of each year and was established by the World Health Organization. And whereas World AIDS Day was the first international day of global health ever created, this year marks the 35th anniversary of the celebration of World AIDS Day, which began in 1988. The day was designed as a platform to honor those whose lives are affected by the epidemic and raise awareness about HIV and AIDS. Whereas this is an opportunity to honor the diversity, strength, and resilience of those communities affected by HIV and to eradicate the stigmas through education and resources. And whereas everyone can make a difference during AIDS Day or throughout the year to improve health equity, to assist in ending the disparities in access to preventive care and treatment, promote awareness and reduction or support organizations that work to serve those living with HIV and at risk. Whereas on AIDS Day, communities around the globe are encouraged to tell people to get tested and to know their prevention options so that one day end the HIV epidemic across the world. And whereas a red ribbon is worn on this day, thank you for wearing the red, and to bring awareness and support people living with HIV and in the remembrance of those who have succumbed. And whereas the city of Carson joins cities worldwide in celebrating the 2023 theme of World AIDS Day 35, Remember and Commit. This is a time to reflect on the progress made thus far and to commit to making improvements in shaping global health and in the HIV response. So now, therefore, the mayor and the city council of Carson, California, do hereby recognize World AIDS Day and encourages the citizens of the city of Carson to join the communities around the world in commemoration of its 35th anniversary and to support local efforts and activities designed to increase awareness and education to make a global impact. And we are very honored to have the Venice Family Clinic, formerly known as Carson Wellness Center, and the Carol Keene Wellness Center, where they provide comprehensive, high-quality primary health care, free food, health insurance enrollment assistance, and harm reduction services to more than 45,000 people with compassion, dignity, and respect. Their mission is to provide quality health care to families and individuals who might otherwise go without the care they need. And they also, you can find them also at Carson High School campus. So we are very honored for you to be here. We have Suzanne Markey, the specialist in school and mental health. So please come up from the Carol Keene Wellness Center. And from the Venice Family Clinic, we have Faye Norman. She's a Senior Development Manager, South Bay. And then Brooke McIntyre Tooley, Director of Outreach. I know we only have two, so we need to get one more so that you can all have one. But yes, thank you so much. And please say a couple words. And again, thank you for being here. There we go.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you, everyone, for having us here today. Actually, I've been doing the World AIDS Day events through when we were South Bay Family Healthcare for over 30 years. And this year, I had the opportunity and the honor to work with the students at Carson High School once again and have a World AIDS Day presentation. We had a poster and video contest, and we had one winner, Jessica Aquino. I'm going to say her name. She was our third place winner for the poster contest, and they compete with losing her. But next year, we hope that Carson will be much more involved. And our theme this year for the students was Let Communities Lead, and that's what Carson does. Yes. And thank you all so much for your support of Venice Family Clinic and the Carol Keene Wellness Center. We are honored to be on that campus. We have been since 1999, and we serve many of the students, and they were also a part of my senior health fair for the city of Gardena this year, our 30th, my last because I'm retiring. And but thank you all so very much. This is wonderful, and it's wonderful to be acknowledged.
Yes, thank you.
All in my window.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. Raven, we need another certificate. Okay, thank you. Who? We got another. Get your name and address. I think that's it. Oh. Okay. Maisha, Raven. What is that? Is that a gavel? What is this one for? I want to file a police report. You're going to file a police report? Yeah, my gavel. International Volunteer Day. You want to give this? Maisha, who are we going to give this to? The National Volunteer? Give it to Kim. Give it to Kim. Thank you. Next on the agenda is a presentation of the Silver Cheer Program in preparation for the 2023 CPRS Awards. Mr. City Manager. What did you say? What did I do? You're right. Well, I have a red hat on.
Okay. Thank you, Ernie. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, all of my friends here in the front. I'm not going to step on Amanda's toes. I just wanted to give credit where credit is due because I know she won't do that for herself. And so today, during staff meeting, we did an icebreaker, and each member of the team had to say what they appreciated about the next person on the list. And so the person who had Amanda said that she doesn't get enough credit for the little things that she does, the big things that she does. She always takes charge, and things just go unnoticed. And I feel like that's happened with this program. And so she's going to talk about the origin of the program. I just want to make sure she gets the credit that she's due. She'll explain it was someone else's idea, but she's the one person who has taken this baby idea and carried it through for the past 4 years. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Amanda, and I know we need to start the presentation.
Okay.
Santa.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is just going to run in the background, and hopefully the pictures tell a lot of the story too. So once again, good evening, and thank you for giving us the time to share some of the good work we get to do in human services. We will be applying for the CPRS Recognition Award in the category of Aging Well this year. We strongly believe that since 2020, the Silver Cheer program has supported efforts and far exceeded the qualifications, proving that the senior programming here in Carson does indeed make life better. It goes without saying that in 2020, the Carson community was facing many needs and challenges. In human services, we are experienced in helping the most vulnerable populations live the best quality of life possible despite their circumstances. While we know that we were getting to help individuals with their essential needs get met, we still had concerns about their isolation due to the lockdown and how it was affecting their emotional well-being and the morale of the older adults. The holidays can be a difficult time in any given year, but the pandemic brought the concerns and sheer numbers of isolation and loneliness to another level. Older adults still needed to feel like they were part of the community, that they were supported and cared for, and more than anything, they needed to know that they were not forgotten. In December of 2020, Human Services was approached by a city employee at the time, letting us know that she and her family wanted to give back at the holidays. She was familiar with the populations we worked with and asked if we'd be able to provide her with a senior to sponsor anonymously to raise their spirits. That question made us think that there had to be other employees that might want to do this. So we sent out a citywide email and offered this opportunity to sponsor a senior for the season to help bring some cheer directly to their home. On their own time, the employees, and on their own budget. Hold on. Let's see. They were able to bring a little holiday cheer to these homebound and or isolated seniors within our programs. The response was amazing. Employees showed up. In a time when many didn't even know how to handle their own emotions about the state of the world, they still wanted to help and encourage others, specifically the older adults in this community. As the gifts poured in, I have never been more proud to work amongst these generous individuals. Along with any gifts provided, there was also an option to pay for Essentials to Go, a COVID task force overseen program at the time, and deliveries were done in a combination with staff members who were already out delivering food daily. The first year, we were able to surprise 50 unsuspecting seniors, and the feedback we received on both sides was heartwarming and powerful, filled with smiles and happy tears that I'm sure you can see in some of the photos here. It was barely January when I was already getting requests to do more. So we followed up in February of 2001 with Silver Cheer for Valentine's Day. Again in the summer, Keep Cool care packages. Every time involving more employees, more seniors, more departments, as well as the community collaborations we started with Cal State Dominguez, Optum Health, Norms, and Kiwanis. The city's Santa Slice program wasn't running in person at that time, so our local Kiwanis asked if they could do something in place of the annual luncheon they usually host. They added gifts to the gifts from the employees, including candy, gift cards for the grocery store, and warm meals from Norms. They even helped us with deliveries and provided a Santa. We started to involve our early childhood education program by using their artwork to make cards, which you probably saw in some of the slides here. In addition, the early childhood kids, their parents wanted to contribute, so they started bringing stockings full of tissue, treats, cough drops, socks, other holiday items. We are currently running the Holiday Silver Cheer program for 2023. And I literally become buried in gifts in my office leading up to the deliveries. The newest addition this year, I just saw this slide for that, is the namesake Silver Cheer Spirit Squad that is made up of cheerleaders ages 60 to 80. They have been performing throughout the city and bringing cheer all year to the Carson residents. Several cheerleaders will accompany staff during deliveries this year and will perform some of their holiday cheers and dance moves. This beautiful program started during a very difficult time, a time when we had no choice but to think out of the box as far as providing services and reaching people. The response to a small initial call for kindness has grown and multiplied and been overwhelmingly positive to everyone involved. The goal was simple and yet so impactful on residents and employees alike. The joy and cheer are contagious, and we hope to continue to spread cheer all year. The success is supported in many testimonials with the common theme being how great it feels to not or to be remembered. That's all. Thank you so much.
Very good.
Well,
presentation.
thank you very much. She's so bashful. This is a great program for our seniors, and I always say we stand on the seniors' shoulders, and we should never forget them. We do a lot for our seniors here in the city of Carson. They have their own wing at the community center where it cannot even be rented until after 4 o'clock, Monday through Friday. And that's something that was put into place because we love our seniors. Our preschool, same thing. We're one of the few cities that offer the programs that we do in the Recreation and Community Services Department. So I'm glad to know that when I'm a little older, I'll be taking advantage of these programs. So thank you to the staff, Bobby Grove. Thank you to our manager here, Danny Cook. Thank you so much for you guys for keeping our seniors informed and taken care of. To my colleagues. MPT.
I just want to echo the sentiments. I know personally, there's Mr. Cook right there.
Yeah.
I know a number of people personally, Ray, and this is Gloria Hughes. So many people, so many residents that we see that you have added life to their life. I forget this couple's name right here, but I know them too. You've added life to their life, and I just want to say thank you on behalf of a grateful city council, a grateful Carson, a grateful family member of Mr. Cook. He loved it after his wife passed. You guys were the one who kept him going for quite some time. So I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. And it's programs like this in our city that may not get highlighted all the time because, you know, people go about their days. But we appreciate you looking after those people who have went before us. And, you know, I have this saying that young people are to help older people finish well, and older people are to help younger people start well. So we are definitely helping people finish well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
Yes, just seeing them smile, putting a smile on their face. They look so happy, and we need to do that not just during the holidays, but throughout the year, and really bring everybody up. So, thank you for all that you do. I'm proud. I'm proud of being part of the city of Carson and this type of community that again puts a smile on everyone's face. So, thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to encourage my colleagues, if you have not already adopted a family, we should do so.
Yes.
Because we're saying how great the program is, but you know, your mayor always said, "Put your money where your mouth is."
Madam
I got mine. So tell me how much the adoption thing is, and we'll definitely adopt a family.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you,
much.
Madam Mayor.
Councilman Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Amanda, you know, from day one when you first started working for the city, you've always did outstanding stuff and always quiet behind the scenes. But this is very, very nice, and supporting our seniors and making sure that they are not forgotten, because so many seniors are shut in or at home and don't have anyone to visit. But it's funny when you said that you guys went out to 50 unannounced and they let you in, because most times, you know, I've been out there with you guys. You knock on the door, they not opening the door. I didn't call for you to come. Is that what happened on one of those?
They know me. Only some let us take pictures.
Oh, okay, all righty. But again, thank you guys for what you do, Bobby and Danny. You know, all of you guys have the heart to make sure this program continues on. I just want to put it out there for those. Is there a way for anyone out there that's watching or here can donate and support? I know we talked about Adopt a Family, but is there some way that they can contact you guys if they want to give you a monetary donation, or maybe someone wants to sponsor all of your bags that you need to put the stuff in, that kind of thing? So if you say your phone number and...
Sure. We always take donations. The sponsors so far have been internal, but donation-wise, of course. 310-835-0212, and I'm extension 1471.
Say it one more time.
1471.
No, the whole number.
Okay.
The whole number.
My name's Amanda.
Okay.
I think I'm the only one again in the city. 310-835-0212, extension 1471.
And again, thank you for what you do,
I
Amanda.
thought you meant
Just,
again. I was like,
No. Thank you again. Thank you for what you do in helping out our seniors. Not you saying it again.
She's so bashful. Councilman Deere.
Yeah, thank you. So it's the Carson Community Center that they can call and ask for
Yeah.
Amanda, right?
Yep.
Make it easy
Amanda,
for people
Danny, Bobby.
listening
Any
on
of it.
television tonight, and they'll be able to call the Carson Community Center. They actually can call the Carson City Hall as well and refer to you as well. And
Yep.
so just remember the name Amanda.
Yep. Yep.
But I really am appreciative, like my colleagues are, of the great work that our staff does. And this is a really unique program. It's very successful, obviously. You can tell by the smiles on the face of the recipients and the beneficiaries. And, age is just a number. And it's the quality of life that's important. And when we talk about Carson being a family, this family includes the youth, everyone in between, and the senior citizens, especially those that are maybe shut-ins in some cases or lost family members, and they really need social interaction. It's very healthy, very important, and your program and your department provides that. So we want to recognize that. That's great work. You have a great presentation tonight as well. And, our city will be judged by how we treat our youth and how we treat our senior citizens.
Mm-hmm.
So we now have an example of a program that's very successful, and we want to support it. So again, could you reiterate how the council members could adopt a part of the program, or individuals, or give donations?
Yeah,
And the public as well, of course.
Of course, the mayor contacted directly and was assigned. You get assigned a person with details on how you can give to them. So any of you can contact me directly too, or our department. So
Very good.
yeah,
Well,
thank you.
great presentation. Thank you very much. And
Amanda.
God bless you.
Yeah. Amanda, I think, and also when you adopt, it says what they want. There's a list, what they want, what they like, and you just go shopping accordingly.
Yeah. Within your budget, you be creative. We've had people, cook meals for them and send those. You can do all kinds of stuff, creativity, and they're so appreciative of anything, all of them. I passed out some testimonials if on your own time you want to read those, but.
Yeah.
And also the silver chair, they're just full of
yeah.
energy,
Yeah.
But I'm excited about the fact that we have submitted this program for our CPRS award. We've received a couple awards in the past. This one's going to win. I'm putting it out in the atmosphere. We're winning
Thank you.
this one, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, staff. Job well done. Appreciate. Danny?
I'm sorry, I just want to add one thing. Only because we've given Amanda's phone number out so many times tonight, I'm getting a little bit nervous. Just to be clear, this program is for city employees, city elected officials, to sponsor seniors. And so if there are donations or a way we want to involve the public, we'll have to figure out what that looks like. But I just don't want her to get bombarded with phone calls of people, because I know that'll happen, people watching at home. We'll be generous at this time of year, but we just want to be really clear that Silver Chair specifically it's an internal program, and the reason that happened is because during the pandemic, we all felt a little helpless. Like, you can ask anyone working in the call center, they fielded so many calls, and you just felt like you weren't helping enough, you weren't doing enough. And this really made employees, I feel like employee morale boosted. It was through the roof, and it all of us felt good giving something tangible back to the community. So we'll figure out a way to involve the community for sure. If we get phone calls, I'm just nervous that she's going to get so many, or people at home saying, how do you get on that program? Like you mentioned, there are people who know Amanda, so they let her in. They don't think it's a scam. We just don't want anyone to think like, where's this coming from? What's the root of this? So that's all. I just want to temper expectations a little bit, not, put a damper on anything, but I know what will happen after this meeting, and they're very generous people in this community, and Amanda will get plenty of phone calls tomorrow. So figure
Well,
out a way to handle this.
That's a good problem to have.
It's a great problem to have, that's for sure. And we appreciate the community.
Let's look at expanding it. It's a wonderful program,
It is.
and I know you could keep it in your little area for one group, but I think there are so many seniors in the city of Carson. When I go to the bingo club, that would just love. There's 100 plus there at each one of the sessions. So. Let's do what we can, but right now I understand what you're saying. It's Christmas, but Bobby, I'm going to challenge you to see how we can come up with something to expand this.
We'll take care of it, Madam Mayor. So it'll make Danny and Amanda and Bobby's life wonderful when they find out we'll be able to assign an account that's earmarked for the donations that would come in.
That's
so
awesome.
Outstanding.
That's what
Awesome. Okay. And we won't get involved. It's your baby. Okay? We won't get involved.
Everyone's welcome.
Thank you so much. Job well done. Item number 11 is a building and safety program progress update.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this time, we're going to have a presentation by TransTech, who is going to currently actually handles our building and safety division. As you know, you all, as a council, Madam Mayor, made a distinct vote to move out a particular entity and bring in a contractor. Staff recommended TransTech, and TransTech was a vendor that you all selected, and since has done a tremendous job. And I don't say that because we see numbers. I say that because of the information we've received actually from our public, from where we used to get phone calls about why we couldn't get a phone call back to the resident after 30, 90, a year, we have not received those calls or emails. As a matter of fact, we've got just the opposite. We've received a number of emails thanking us of how TransTech is expedient in their response. Within 24 to 48 hours, they get a phone call. They also, within 5 to 10 working days, they get an update. And it's just been tremendous for our residents. It's been tremendous for our businesses that are coming into the city, wanting to establish their footing here. And so we couldn't be more proud and excited. But I will digress and allow Melissa, the principal of TransTech, to go ahead and provide a presentation to the city council and the rest of the team that she has with her.
Before I turn it over to our Madam.
I have an important issue to talk about. I have been informed by Melissa that she wants to wear the Santa hat as she does her presentation. So I'm going to give her my Santa hat.
Well, while you're giving her that hat,
You have an extra hat?
Before you start your presentation, I want to, I always like to give kudos where it's due. When we discussed doing something like this years ago, but it wasn't until our councilwoman was elected that we made this happen. And I just want you to, and this council voted unanimously, by the way, to make this happen. But the idea to push it forward behind, people are always talking about doing something, but when we brought it forward and we hired a consultant to see the cost-benefit analysis, it was more beneficial for us to change horses and wasn't in the middle of the stream. We were drowning. But Councilwoman, I want to thank you for pushing this and bringing it before the City Council and making it happen. It was a unanimous vote.
Yes.
So thank you. We had discussed it before, but she was persistent. And I said, Councilwoman, we're going to do a cost-benefit analysis first. So, Councilwoman, you want to say something?
Yes, and I want everyone to know I met you in a restroom, right? And I had no idea that you were even part of TransTech. So thank you for that. And it went full circle, and here you are today. So thank you so much. I think this is a labor of love, and now we're here, and thank you for all that you have done so far.
Room.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, you can do your presentation now, but I did want to bring that up.
Oh, thank you so much. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. On behalf of TransTech, Building and Safety Division, and under our Community Development Director, Saeed Nasseh, it's an honor to be here this evening and provide an update on the Building and Safety Division and share how truly wonderful the transition has been. The city staff has been incredible to work with, and we are really proud to be able to provide our services to the city of Carson. Last night on our PowerPoint, we wanted to make sure to be festive, and so we came out to City Hall and we took this photo. So this is about a 20-year-old photo for you this evening. My name is Melissa Demirci. I'm one of the principals at TransTech, and with me today I have Isla Jefferson, one of our building officials and director of our internal building and safety and engineering plan check, as well as Dennis Tarango, also a building official and co-director of the department as well, and Jason Robbins, who comes to City Hall and has really enjoyed his time here, one of our building officials and building supervisors, and Rafaela Diaz, one of our client success managers from TransTech. Again, we are just so happy to be here this evening, and with that, I'll go ahead and begin our presentation on the first slide. So the Building and Safety Division is under the Community Development Department, and TransTech provides building official, plan check, building inspection, and permit technician services on behalf of the city to the community. And we've included a screenshot of the building and safety page from the city's website where applicants can upload their plans remotely, comfortably, in their Santa hats or in their pajamas from their home or from their place of work for our team to process. And the city transitioned to operate the Building and Safety Division at City Hall on July 3rd, 2023. That was TransTech's first official day at City Hall, and we truly feel very much part of this community. In this next slide, we're very excited to share your Building and Safety Division by the numbers. Since July 3rd, all the way through the end of October 31st, 2023, over a 4-month period, I'm going to read you some of the stats. So here we go. The city has issued a total of 1,143 permits to date. Our team has conducted 4,480 building inspections, and we have reviewed a total of 903 projects. This includes a review of over 6,500 documents as part of those projects. And the city has provided 135 public records requests. It's truly a testament to a wonderful department, combined with an awesome city and consultant staff team and city leadership, that so much has been accomplished in an only 4-month period. And this does not include this month, and we hope in the next update to give you the next update. In this next slide, for perspective, we wanted to share a table showing the city of Carson and 2 other public agencies in Los Angeles County during the same time period. And it's important to note that each city is unique and different, with different land uses, zoning, but it was important for us to show that the volume being generated is consistent. As you can see, there's really no true way to compare 2 agencies apples to apples, since each city by size, square miles, population, land use, they can be so vastly unique and different. The numbers can fluctuate based on if it's a high-density community, if it's predominantly single-family, industrial, commercial, and the list goes on. But what we want you to focus on is the last row. You may have noticed in the last row it says valuation of issued permits. What does valuation of issued permits mean? In order for the building department to appropriately calculate the permit fees, the building code requires applicants to input an estimated construction cost, which is the valuation of the issued permit. So this amount estimates the total value of construction for each project, which includes the total value of work, labor, construction, electrical, mechanical, plumbing, gas, etc. So as you can see, for a 4-month period, the city of Carson's total valuation of issued permits is $115 million. There is so much to look forward to in the city of Carson and so many great projects. And in the next slide, our commitment is always customer service. And what we mean by that is our quick and efficient responsiveness, whether that be to our city team colleagues, applicants that come to the counter in person, or inquiries that come in through email or phone. We are committed to provide quality customer service. And when we come to the city, we are not TransTech. We consider ourselves an extension of this incredible City of Carson team, and we are the City of Carson. Currently, we have 12 staff members reporting to City Hall and an additional 21 staff members serving the city remotely for plan checking, making it a grand total of 33 staff members serving the great City of Carson. And tying back to that theme of customer service that's very important to us and the City of Carson is the City of Carson should be very proud of your turnaround times. Right now, our plan check turnaround time is approximately 2 weeks. And currently we have 35 projects in our pipeline with plan checkers. That number being so low is so incredible to see because it shows how quickly the City of Carson is able to process projects through the process. And we're very happy to receive a lot of positive emails and remarks as our city manager had shared. And we just wanted to share one excerpt from one of them that said, from Gigi Bean from Fulmer Construction, "On behalf of the owners, Link and Fulmer Construction, I thank you for all your expeditious help on this permit issuance. Especially in light of the new changes and developments of the City of Carson, we all appreciate it very much." We love emails like this, and our job is to make sure that the city is a vibrant community for applicants to invest in or do home improvements in or bring their projects forward. And in the next slide, most of all, and I love that today was Volunteer Day and you had the cheer program and you had so many wonderful proclamations. Public service and community service is really at the heart of TransTech, and I can see at the heart and core of the City of Carson. And we wanted to share that we internally have developed a program called Community Benefit Enhancement Program. We call it CBE. And what that is our commitment to the City of Carson to be an active community member and civic engagement partner. It's our promise to be here for the city, with the city, to support important community-wide events, causes, charities, and not just serve as your quality technical consultant, but really a community member as part of the city. Our motto that we debuted earlier this year is "Our projects, your passion." And we are truly passionate about the work and the projects that we are very lucky to work on in the City of Carson. And we're proud to share that we have made a $31,000 commitment to date supporting community-wide events. And this includes the Mayor's State of the City, the first annual Faith, Family, and Friends Festival, the Cajun and Blues White Linen Festival, the 4th annual Prostate Cancer 5K Run and Children's Fun Run, the Jazz Festival, the Women's Health Conference and Business Expo, and of course your upcoming 2023 holiday party. Again, on behalf of our team, we are so incredibly proud to be of service to the city, and we look forward to our continued partnership, meeting your expectations, the community's expectations, and the applicants to provide quality service, customer service to the city and on behalf of the city to all that come to the City of Carson. Thank you so much. And we're here to answer any questions.
Well, I personally want to thank you. I don't receive the phone calls anymore, so that frees me up to find out. Me calling Saeed saying, "What's happening with this? Could you look into that?" I haven't had a phone call, and so that says a lot. And to process this number of permits and the turnaround time is just awesome. We would have permits sitting, and I had someone trying to, before you came aboard, just add a room or a shelter on it. They were in the process over a year. And it didn't make sense, and I was on the phone with our city manager with Saeed, "Please look into this." So my stress level has been reduced. I want to say thank you for that. And I also want to thank you for being so visible in the community. We've had companies that have been here longer than you. You've been here 4 months, and you've made already because we like to have events in the city.
We love to party.
I know, you do. I've been watching you guys at all the events, so I already know that. But you're visible. And that means a lot. And you met our residents, and you've taken ownership, and you're part of the family. But in 4 months, you've made over a $31,000 commitment into some of these events that we're putting on. That says a lot. We have companies that have been here that haven't donated a dime, and they've been here forever. And I won't call their names, and some have been here longer and have not donated 31. And I won't call their names either, but I do have that list. But I just want to say thank you. Thank you for what you're doing, because this is what helps us to become the all-American city when we start talking about some of the things that we're doing and how we're moving the city forward. And it's through partnerships and contracts such as yours that we're able to do what our residents and what businesses coming into the city want. And we're, from what I can hear, we're bursting out of the seams with businesses that want to have pool permits. JR Saheed, am I correct? Yes. Okay, I just want to make sure. That want to come and be a part of our family. So thank you for making that dream a reality. Again, thank you to our councilwoman. I'm going to turn the mic over to her.
Yes. Thank you for that presentation, and congratulations to you and to us. It's really all about teamwork. So welcome, and welcome to the family. Everyone here really appreciates this partnership. So very proud. Thank you so much.
MPT.
I just want to say thank you. We've been impressed since the first day you guys arrived in the city. There's been some challenges that the other agency had left behind. You came in and picked them up. For a homeowner, permits equals money. The time that they stretch out to have a contractor at their home, that's more money for them, and not to be able to get projects approved on time. For a business person, that means money. Having another contractor stay out there, and the businesses that I've spoken with, the homeowners that I've spoken with, since you guys have arrived in the city, have been incredibly grateful for your quick turnaround, your efficiency, your customer service. And this is just a glimpse of where Carson is going. Because if you can produce that many permits in the time that you've been here and generate that much revenue, maybe we can win that business-friendly thing that they keep nominating us for. So
that we come in second on.
Maybe this was the missing piece. So thank you again for all of your hard work. And then thank you for not just being in the community, but being in the community. So many people benefit from Carson, but they don't give benefits back to Carson. So everything that I see you, I mean, the pictures, I see you guys at every event, being a part of the family. And that's what Carson is about, being a part of the family, not just coming in the city and leaving the city, as the mayor always says, but actually coming in the city and partaking in the things of the city. So welcome to the city. We look forward to long-lasting relationship. And look forward to continue to build the infrastructure, the community of Carson. Thank you so much.
Councilman Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, you know, TransTech, all I say is they party.
Yeah, they're hard.
They party. But in your tagline, it says your projects are passion. You live by that. You exemplify that in the way that you are doing the work that you do. And I want to take it one step further by saying your projects are passion is Carson. And that's how I feel behind what you guys have done in this short period of time. And as my colleagues has talked about, you know, most businesses have been here, like they said, for years. But to come in to assess what was the issue, because when we were doing the renovations, you guys were out there in the foyer by the elevator, and I kept walking by you guys. Are you guys okay? And they go this way. You get cape. It was crazy, but chaotic. But I call that initiation process. So now when you get into the nice location, you appreciate a little bit more. But again, I just want to say to you guys, thank you for what you do. The residents, the business community appreciate it wholeheartedly, because they were saying 6 months. I was getting phone calls. People said they hadn't seen their permit in a year. They've been trying to get a permit for a year and a half, and it just didn't make any sense. So, Councilwoman Rojas, thank you for pushing this forward, because that was one of the things I really wanted to get a change in that. A lot of times we get stuck in the old ways of how we've been doing, because the city's only 55 years old. So a lot of things were here because that's how we started. But we don't need to finish the same way we started. So now we're doing something a little bit better than what we did before, and I want to thank you for being part of that change.
Councilman Deere.
Thank you. It really is a sea change in how this TransTech company, your company, has made a difference. I want to thank you for your $31,000 in community benefits, but more importantly than that, your service to the community, to the residents of the city of Carson that languished for many months, costing untold grief and stress on our employees with the previous agency that was handling the code enforcement and plan checks. And of course, the businesses that were trying to do business. You know, this year, again, we were a runner-up in the most business-friendly city. But having a firm like yours on board in partnership with the city is another step forward to us eventually getting that top award. And I think we will. It's just a matter of time. And so bringing your company in this year was a culmination of overcoming obstacles, which there were many. I won't detail what they are at the moment, but you know, for 5 years I've been advocating to get rid of the agency that was handling it and bring in a firm like yours, not necessarily your firm, but a firm like yours, to make it work for the people. And your company, I think, is doing an extraordinary job. And it's very much appreciated because it really affects the quality of life of our city. So we want to say thank you in this great holiday season, and Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to all of your staff and your employees. You're very much appreciated by all 5 of us and our entire staff. Thank you.
Thank you. And before you leave, we want to, our photographer's not here, we want to take a group shot, but I do know that Darren, you're here. You want to make a comment while we come down?
Can we go to the last slide, too?
Oh, I'm sorry.
She has a
This
presentation.
is for you, Mayor. You'll see. The hat. Oh, one more. The Santa hat.
So did she get to keep that hat?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Darren? The next is oral communications for items on the agenda.
Okay. Or there are some emails from our consultants that were.
Come to the mic.
I'll go first. If that's okay. Whatever the mayor's pleasure.
Oh, well, we can take.
Use that microphone.
Thank
right
you.
there.
I'll just keep this brief. We have emails that have been provided to the city clerk. First of all, good evening, Madam Mayor and honorable council members. We have a number of emails from Michael Baker International, Hines, an international development firm, Architects Orange, our prize consultants who work in jurisdictions all over the Southland, and they sing the praises of TransTech and the transformation that building and safety and permit review has undergone here in the city of Carson. And senior staff, City Manager Roberts, you mentioned this some time ago at the urging of Councilwoman Rojas that this would come to pass, and you're good for your word. And I think the business community, the development community appreciates all of you for making this into reality. And as I mentioned, there's some other thoughts that the clerk can read or anyway include in the record. And so thank you, TransTech. It's been a pleasure working with you, and we'll continue to bring Carson into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll come down and take a photo real quick. I think our city photographer left, but we have about 6 aides here. Paparazzis.
Congratulations to you.
This
Thank you so much. See you the next part.
Yes.
So now we're full of
Happy holidays to you.
Happy holidays. Thank you very much. Happy holidays.
Always.
That was for you.
Do you want to set it?
You can use the clicker if you want.
Okay.
Item number 12. Ooh, presentation from Tesla on electronic vehicles charging stations in the city of Tesla is coming to Carson.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
just for the record, I do have other items.
we'll go back to oral communications.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring Darren up so he wouldn't have to wait.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Hilton, and the City Council members. Again, thank you for this opportunity to present the Tesla Supercharger project. I think they're going to get the presentation up. The Tesla Supercharger project, as well as all the other EV charging projects that are in the development queue. I've previously presented that there are a total of 14 different EV charging infrastructure projects. Ernie, our IT tech, is going to help get this loaded.
Sorry, it's a PDF.
Okay. Thank you. Where was it? We have a total of 14 different EV charging projects in the city at multiple locations throughout the city, a total of 157 charging ports. These EV charging projects that we have in the pipeline offer a range of benefits for the community, the city, and the environment. By expanding our EV charging infrastructure, we not only promote clean transportation, but also the city's position as a leader in adopting cleaner technologies. With us today are representatives from Tesla to provide an update on the 20 superchargers planned at the Carson Community Center. And with us we have, and I don't want to butcher her last name, but Rana, you can say your last name, along with Wesley Cowell. Come on up. Just, you can go next when you're ready. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hi, Madam Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rana Karadmindon. I am project manager for West Los Angeles. I have Wes Coel with me, who is development lead for West LA as well. We wanted to join you today to give you a quick overview of where we're at with the project, the progress we've made so far, and next steps. So I will get right into it. Here you can see an overview of the layout of the project. We're looking at about 20 superchargers in the north corner closest to Desford Street. There are 2 ADA stalls and the equipment is highlighted in blue.
Thanks everyone for having me tonight. And I think I'm a new face here. I think Rana's a new face here, so we really appreciate your time and would love to meet you guys after. So just to reiterate on the project, it's probably been a while since a lot of you have heard about this. And, I think the first point here to serve the community and, everyone that is looking to get an EV in the future, these charging stations that are going to be in the lot are going to be open to charge non-Teslas as well as Teslas, right? So realistically, anyone looking to get into an electric vehicle. In addition to that, Tesla is managing and operating the entire station, both from a construction perspective and an operation perspective, right? So the city of Carson is really hands off on this, and can pass everything off to Tesla. In addition to that, the property improvements go beyond just the station and the build itself. It also goes into up to $75,000 allowance to improve the landscaping, the aesthetics, and just make it like a really beautiful site out there. And then third, we're still tracking for spring, May-ish 2024 for open to public.
So progress to date, as seen on slide 2, was the layout. We've completed our design, our permits are approved, and we are now pending SE easement documents. And next steps also align with that pending item. So we're waiting on SE's easement documents. Once we have that, we will have the city review those documents and execute. Upon execution of the easement, we are ready for pre-installation. We will have a meeting with city staff and Tesla's team. Design and construction managers will also be on that call for a quick overview of the project again before we start installation. Installation is typically 10 to 16 weeks. So once we start that, our team will oversee all of the project, day-to-day construction. And from there, we will energize the site and be open to public. We're looking at either May or June 2024.
Yeah, and I think ultimately the reason we're here today is just to flag again that the utility easement with Southern California Edison is really our final step to getting to construction, right? We are actively waiting on a new draft of that easement from Southern California Edison, but luckily, with the help of Rita and the city staff, they've nudged them, and we're hoping to get that draft back to the city of Carson by the end of the month, which puts us on track to really start discussing construction in January. Okay, I think that's it. Questions, everybody?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, and I want to thank our representatives from Tesla for coming out and kind of giving us a brief update. It's been a while, as you noticed, that they stated that the permits have been cleared, so obviously that was TransTech, and then now we're waiting on SCE and their easement. And I believe Rita, our sustainability chief manager, has an update from Edison because she's been on them as to what's going on, because Tesla is patiently waiting as we are. So, Rita, do you want to go ahead and provide that update for?
Madam Mayor, because I did hear that there was an issue with Southern California Edison, and I had to make some call. Okay.
Carson is taking the steps to improve the process.
Okay.
Not all organizations are as forward-thinking as Carson, so we have to wait for them to process and get through their process. And so one of the things that we are waiting for is this easement. It's gone back and forth a couple of times, but the update that I received from Edison, the most recent one, is that by the end of this week, the documents will be sent to the land surveyor. So they're gonna prepare the actual easement documents with the exhibit, and then that document will be returned to the city by the end of this month. And so my hope is the first meeting in January, I will be able to bring that easement to the city council for formal review and approval, because it does need the mayor's it needs the city council's approval and then the mayor's signature, and then at that point they can break ground and start the project.
Awesome. MPT.
Well, I'm grateful in your presentation that you said you were held up by Southern California Edison, because every person that drives a Tesla has said, where are the Tesla chargers? You guys said they were coming. So everybody who's listening tonight, you heard them. They're held up by Southern California Edison. But I want to talk about, these aren't just traditional chargers. These aren't just the traditional supercharge chargers. These are the newest ones that you guys have available, where they're going to be opened up to other charging, other EVs to charge.
Yes, correct. So we're at an inflection point in our technology and in our charge platform right now. There's only so much I can divulge in like a public setting, but it's public knowledge at this point that we've rolled out our first our first charging station, not in California, but on our new platform that we will likely be putting here in Carson out in front lot. Yes. And that will be able to charge both Teslas and non-Teslas. Because historically, it's always been Tesla exclusive. That's not the case moving forward.
Incredible. Thank you so much.
So you can change cars.
Councilman Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just pleased to see that you guys are moving forward in that, because I had heard that it was Edison that was holding up the process. Because I had spoken with Rita and I kept on. Well, me and Rita kept talking. I kept trying to find out what's taking so long. Because adjacent over at the DoubleTree, I kept seeing they're going in. I said, wait a minute, they're beating us and they're up and running. So I'm glad that you guys came, presented to this body, so everybody knows, even those at home, it wasn't us. We didn't say something that wasn't going to happen. It's because of Southern California Edison. But other than that, thank you for being here. Can't wait till we get this in place. So our residents and people who come to our community, the event center, will have a place to charge their vehicle.
Amen. Yeah, we're excited about it.
Well, I want to very much, because this was a part of my State of the City address when I said Tesla's coming to Carson. But the question became when. But I want to let everybody know that this vote passed. Four of us voted for this, the Tesla to come to Carson. It was not a unanimous vote. But we, four of us, knew that Tesla coming to Carson? Are you really kidding me? Is there any doubt that someone would vote against this? But it was a 4-1 vote. But now I'm sure it'll be a 5-0 if we had to vote again. But I just want to say thank you. Your first person that came through, he did a nice presentation. And I'm just excited about the fact that when we do our State of the City in March, you said, what date did you say probably you start breaking ground? In May?
Hoping early January to break grounds. To open to public, it'll be spring, May, June.
Okay, but I could say open ground at the State of the City in March, that it's a reality.
Sounds like groundbreaking ceremony.
Groundbreaking ceremony, ribbon cutting, and all that good stuff.
100%, yes.
Okay, so I'm excited about the fact that this is becoming a reality because, I don't want to say, well, they changed their mind, but now it's a reality, and I want to thank you so much and for the Tesla Corporation for thinking about Carson and wanting to come to Carson. And it goes back to what I said earlier. We have more people developers wanting to come to Carson, and this is going to put us on the map also. Thank you.
Yep.
Councilman Deere.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I want to thank you for making that major change. I'm very proud to say I was the lone no vote for bringing in these Tesla chargers because it's taking up space from our residents for general parking on events. So everything in life is a trade-off. One thing I objected to on that night we voted was you were only going to allow Teslas to charge. So I want to thank you publicly for making that change that I requested. Now, I knew it was going to pass that night because 2 of our council members have Teslas. So they're going to vote in their own personal self-interest to bring these in. So we knew we had 2 votes there, and then, of course, the third vote comes along with it. And, since the mayor made it political tonight by outlining his vote was 4-1, I just want to proudly say that, I'm very pro-union, and Tesla is a non-union company. It's not union people working to make Teslas. But, it's part of our economy. It's part of America. And Teslas are fine vehicles. They're expensive, but they perform well. You get what you pay for, so to speak. So I just want to reiterate a big thank you for allowing non-Tesla cars to be charged in these stations. That was a major point that I was making that night. And so, I'm very proud to say I was the lone no vote to bring in these Teslas, and I'll say that again in case people didn't hear it the first time. And I'm looking forward to this service to our community. Like I said a moment ago, everything in life is a trade-off. There's going to be advantages to having this Tesla charging stations here. It's going to bring people off the freeway to Carson that would not normally come to the city of Carson. It's one of our problems as a city. We were not a destination community in the past. And I'm very proud to say that I was very instrumental in leading the charge over the past 20 years to make Carson a destination community. So when they come to the city of Carson, I am sure part of your permits, working with the city staff, you're going to have signage, directional signage, so people will be easily find these charging stations. And it would be advertised to Tesla owners that they can get off in Carson. We do hope that they also buy things in Carson, realize that we have a great, beautiful city. And so I want to thank you for being here tonight. And again, we need to work together to make sure that this works for the people of the city of Carson. Thank you for being here.
MPT, you had a comment?
Oh yeah, I couldn't let it pass me by. He said I voted in my self-interest because I have a Tesla, which is a part of the whole community. Having a Tesla, the same union that called him and told him to say no, I said I'll be hypocritical because I drive a Tesla to not help. So you said this is your first night in Carson. Welcome to Carson. Sometimes things are slowed down because of difference of opinion. I think Carson is ahead of the curve. California is attempting to go all electric. So regardless of the politics involved, there are a number of our residents that drive Teslas. Whether it was going to be a Tesla, an Evo charger, or anything, we're ahead of the curve. And to make sure that our residents don't have to drive to Manhattan Beach or drive to Torrance or drive to just right up the street on the edge of Long Beach and Compton in the HISP, just right there by the donut shop. They were forward thinking enough to vote on a Tesla charger where people would say people in Compton can't afford a Tesla, or it doesn't matter in the area. These are people that will drive the economy from people all around. So I'm incredibly grateful to welcome you, to give you, this is what development brings. True Carson welcomes. Just check the history. When great developments come, it's always like a shake-in or something. It's always political when great developments come. So I hate that you're in the middle of a political thing tonight, but hey, man, it's Carson, all right? So I want to just say, man, thank you, welcome. Thank you for changing, making it multifunctional. I know other people who have other electric vehicles who have to drive around the Tesla charger. Everything wasn't advanced. They were the first ones. They were on the cutting edge. I was driving with a Tesla service advisor. He said, listen, Tesla's not a luxury car. It's just an advanced electric car. So it's advanced and everybody's catching up, but thank you for letting them use your charger.
Madam. Yes.
Yes, welcome to Carson, and I would love to drive a Tesla, and maybe one day, but thank you for being here, and thank you for bringing Carson up to speed, advanced, and looking forward to the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we're going to go to, thank you very much for coming.
Madam Mayor, I have one question for the presenters tonight. My neighbors have Teslas. 3 of my neighbors within a few feet of my house have Teslas, and they have electric chargers in their garages. So is it true most Tesla owners, or at least majority of them, have chargers at home in order to charge their vehicle overnight?
That's likely the dream scenario and where EVs work the best in the grand scheme of things. SoCal is very unique, where a lot of people don't live at home with garages. A lot of people live in townhomes or apartments where they don't have access.
These are townhouses.
Yes.
There's 3 of them. All 3 of them have Teslas.
Yeah.
Well, actually, 2 of them have 2 Teslas.
Yeah.
And they have chargers in their townhome garages. So can you explain how that works?
Two things to that. There's a lot of individuals here in Southern California that own Teslas, but use street parking, right? And the only way for them to charge is to use the publicly accessible superchargers and or non-Tesla charging, right? That's point number 1. Point number 2 is, a lot of the homes and infrastructure in Southern California is old. There's no infrastructure in existing homes to provide level 2 charging.
Not enough amperage in the box.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
I understand that.
Yep. So that's another element that drives people to Tesla supercharging and why people in Carson need it. So that
And
would
of
be
course, the
response.
travelers, people traveling, need a charger like you're installing in Carson. So that's why I support these chargers going in, because the change you made, and it'll bring people to Carson. So it's not as much for the Carson residents that we're doing this per se. It's so that travelers can stop in Carson and charge their vehicle and not have to worry about, running out of power. And so it's a good thing.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Thank you very much for answering that question.
Thank you very much. We look forward to the groundbreaking ceremony, and we are excited about the fact that Tesla chose Carson. Carson, California, the future diamond.
And Madam Mayor, I have a level 2 charger at my house, but the other night I went to sleep and I forgot to put my car on the charger, so I had to run down and put it on the supercharger, right?
That happens. Okay. Thank you so much. We look forward to that January groundbreaking. The next is all communications for matters listed on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, as you mentioned earlier, Mr. Darren Embry has already spoken in regards to item number 11. There are 3 others for item number 16 and item number 29.
Okay.
And if it's okay with you, I'll call them up. Okay? The first one, okay. Last name, Talon. First name looks like it's spelled with an H. For item number 16.
There's Yuri.
That's
Commissioner
possible.
Yuri Taylor.
Penmanship is
Yeah.
not the greatest.
Hi, Commissioner.
Matter of fact, Environmental Commissioner.
Good evening, sir. I apologize for that. I wasn't able to.
Oh, no problem. Me and your uncle used to work together, Terry.
Uncle Terry.
Small world. Huh?
Oh, love that. Oh, you're practically family. Mr. Taylor, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, Honor Council members, my name is Hury Taylor. By the way, a longtime resident of Carson. But thank you for all you do for our community. I've been here since, 1977 and seen nothing but progress. So thank you so very much. But just to give you a quick overview of the Environmental Commission, Madam Mayor and Honorable Council.
Thank you.
We are responsible for studying, overseeing some of the environmental issues that impact our community. And thank you. I want to thank you on behalf of all of our members of the commission who you support and work diligently in trying to address some of the environmental issues that impact our community. And on their behalf, if I could read their names right quick, the commissioners are Brianna Fontenot, Brian Ford, Freeman Watkins, Lillian Hobson, our vice chair, Nadine Giles Ward, Roy Love, and Mr. Coons, and alternate Christina Tresvant. We've been able to accomplish some great things over the last couple of years, but in particular, 2023, we meet every Wednesday, once a month. Some of the various projects that we've accomplished this year are no idling signs for trucks around our community. It certainly helps with air quality. Earth Day booth we had, monitoring the partner sterilization issue and investigation. Recommended approval of Clean Power Alliance and the Community Solar Program. Resolution recommending approval of Community Beautification Initiative. And one of our members who was really vital to our commission was Dr. Villapando, who passed unexpectedly here this year, but she contributed mightily to our efforts. But we would not be, I guess, as functional as we are and not as team-oriented as we are had it not been for the outstanding contributions of our staff. And having worked in municipality, and having staff that doing their regular job and also handling commissions is a tough job. So I'd really like to thank and commend Rita Kozar. Thank you so much. Jessica Correa and Tariq Romani for their staff efforts in terms of supporting us. and of course our attorney, Mr. Isaac Young. Lastly, I'd like to say that it continues to be an honor and a privilege to function as volunteers in our great community in an effort to improve the issues impacting the environmental issues impacting our community. And thank you so very much. It's
Commissioner, I just want to thank you for coming for that presentation. I think your commission, Parks and Rec, Women's Issues and Public Relations, we're asking that a representative, I am, come and let us know what you're doing. And this is a prime example. I know in our agenda package states what the various commissions are doing, but it's good to see you and to hear you to come and say, you know, this is what we've been working on. You're not just you're not just a card carrying commissioner. Is what what I'm trying to say. Did you get your cards, by the way?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
And thank you to the staff for making this happen. But the commissioners that we appoint, we want you to be involved in the city and come let us know what you're doing. And you got a wonderful staff that's working with you.
Definitely,
so I want to thank you very much.
And thank you very much. And it's a pleasure. Thank you. And an honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Madam Mayor, is Clyde Sparrow.
Economic development.
Good evening, Mr. Sparrow.
Thank you.
You'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Clyde Sparrow, and I'd like to, first of all, thank the council for your hard work, and also special thanks to our wonderful mayor, Lula Davis Holmes. You know, I've been knowing Lula for probably 40 plus years. I've been a real estate broker in Carson for 49, and most of those 49 years, we've been friends with her and her husband, Harry Holmes. So we'd like to thank you, especially, Mayor, for all your hard work.
Thank you.
I've been a member of the Economic Development Commission now for 2 years, and I've learned quite a bit about the city, more than I've learned in the last 49 years I've been actually working here. I'd like to give special thanks to your staff, special thanks to J.R. Saeed, let's see, Latoya and Sandy, our secretary. I'd like to thank you for all your help and support. So I'm here today to bring up the, what's it called, the budget, shop and eat, and also have your services in the city of Carson, because far too long, especially being a real estate broker, that I realized that even though we worked here for many, many years, someone sends out a card from Orange County or the Valley, and when someone wants to list their homes, they usually list with that person that they get the card at that particular time. So I like to make sure that people realize that people here in Carson, business people in Carson, need their support. We need your support in terms of spending your money in the city of Carson with people that work and live within the city of Carson. So I think that's all I've had to say. Thank you very much for your help and support, and thank all of you. Thank you.
And you need to let them know you're a real estate broker.
I'm a real estate broker, owner, president of First Choice Real Estate and Investment. Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
It's talking about live, eat, work, play, and use our realtors.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Next speaker is Michael Stewart.
Well, good evening, City Council. Happy holidays to the mayor and council and to all the 98,000 friends that we have in the city of Carson. We're absolutely in support of the budget appropriation for the Eat, Shop, local program in support of Small Business Week and by the City Council. I support business and we support all the activities. I love the big businesses, but I really love the small local businesses. They are the lifeblood of this vibrant community. I feel that support of business is a generator of wealth and sustained environmental activity. It is catalytic, meaning a spark of growth for our community. So we support that, and we support the council, and we're here in support of this city. We believe that your vision is great. We know that your efforts are good, and we know that your aspirations for our community is greater than all of those combined. So thank you for letting me speak to that, and we support you in your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Madam Mayor, there are 3 written comments for agenda items.
Do you want to read them, or you just want to, what do you want to do?
It's your pleasure, Madam Mayor.
Well, you can read them.
Okay, the first one is in regards to item 11. It's from Jacob Huber, LEED AP. We have noticed a vast improvement in the level of plan check services in the time the TransTech has taken over plan check responsibilities from LA County. I have also received comments from multiple owners and contractors who have noticed and appreciate the new process and overall responsiveness of the team. Below are a few of the benefits that we have noticed. Plan check times greatly reduced. Plans are now being approved with TransTech in the time it would take LA County to get through a single plan check. All plan checks now are under a single portal, including MEP and planning. Improved responsiveness from permit techs and plan checkers, improved response time to get plan check fees issued. All of the above improvements mean more efficiency for projects and increased likelihood that owners and tenants will want to continue to do business with the City of Carson. Again, that's from Jacob Huber, Lead AP. From Jeffrey B. McClure, to the City of Carson in regards to the Carson Country Mart project in the City of Carson. Michael Baker has recently been coordinating with the TransTech Building and Safety Team. We have been pleased with their accessibility, ability to answer questions, and their timely response of plan reviews. We look forward to continued coordination through the permitting process with the City of Carson on success of this project. Sincerely, Jeffrey B. McClure. This is a written statement in regards to item 29. Dear members of the City Council, I am writing to express my enthusiastic support of the Eat Shop Local Week initiative and the budget request to support the event. As the director of the El Camino College Small Business Development Center, I understand the importance of promoting and sustaining our local businesses. Initiatives like Eat Shop Local Week play a crucial role in fostering a sense of community and supporting the growth of our local economy. Local businesses are the backbone of the economy and of Carson, contributing to its unique character and providing employment opportunities. By actively participating in Eat Shop Local Week, we have the chance to celebrate and strengthen the bonds that tie the community together. Moreover, Eat Shop Local Week serves as a fantastic opportunity to showcase the diverse array of businesses that make Carson special. Whether it's the charming boutiques, family-owned restaurants, or artisanal markets, the local establishments contribute to the cultural richness of the city. Sincerely, Dr. Starlene Van Buren, the director of El Camino College Small Business Development Center. That completes public comments for agenda items, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Next, we're going to have approval of the minutes from November 21st.
Move approval, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Motion to approve.
Cast your vote. It's been moved and properly second.
Unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Next is the consent calendar, items number 14 through 34.
Madam Mayor, prior to your approval with you and the council, may we push item 24 for the next council meeting?
Motion to approve consent calendar without 34.
Madam, Mr. City Manager, is for
Employee salary.
okay. My request is that we do, this is the one for $16 an hour? Okay, my request is to staff, we're gonna push it till the next meeting, is that we look at a cost analysis, because McDonald's is paying $20 an hour. And if we're gonna maintain the level of employees that we look to help run this city, we need to start looking at, and I'd like a cost analysis on what it would cost the city if we would do something. I know you want to bring this back now because we have to, but in the
No, go ahead, Mayor.
but in the
Sorry.
future, and on a future agenda item, I'd like to look at cost benefit analysis. That is what it would cost us to increase that wage to make it in line with McDonald's. 'Cause they're doing hamburgers, and we're dealing with kids and people. There's a big difference. And we want to maintain, we'll get those veterans employees, because when we start talking about bringing in teachers for our summer day camp programs, they have to make a decent wage, and $16 is not going to attract them, because they can go to McDonald's or they can go to some store for 20. So you may not be able to present it by the next meeting, but in February, maybe March, February.
Oh, absolutely, Madam Mayor. We're actually in the process of looking through that now with the finance department, and so we're just trying to get a number of options to bring for as a recommendation. And so we're building on that. It's something Councilmember Hicks has also advised and recommended. So we were already working on it, but there's another issue that we needed to clarify, and so we'll have it for you in the if it's not the next meeting, the meeting to follow.
Sure. Okay.
But we'll make sure we bring it back with recommendation and options.
Okay. Well, that'll be good. I think it would. Thank you. Enough
Madam
said.
Mayor, I have a question about something the city manager said. Thank you. First of all, our part-time employees currently are entry-level positions making how much per hour?
Depends on what position that is, but the lowest
what's
wage.
the low, what's the high for starting?
Yes, sir. That's the $16 that we were going to be recommending.
So they would be at 16 when this passes?
Yes, sir. If that's the case, yes.
For part-time employees. Okay. Now, the mayor inferred that the teachers at the early childhood program are making
part-time.
minimum wage. Part-time teacher. What are they being paid per hour?
I'm not sure what it is on per hour. I don't have it right in front of me, but the hourly rate that they're making, we want to ensure that it's comparable to another early childhood teacher in another city or another organization and agency. And I think the idea is to ensure that we can retain the great help and teachers that we have, but then also attract potential teachers for that particular field, only because of the importance, obviously, but more so just to make sure that there isn't a wage gap and discrepancy between what we would pay versus another agency. And so we're doing the classification and compensation study on those, in addition to the rest of our part-time positions, which is kind of why I think the mayor was giving us a little bit more leeway. We're just trying to give general numbers first. Overall, as far as what that cost increase would be, going from $16 to another rate to be determined by you all as a council. But that's the ultimate goal, is to ensure that there's not just parity, but there is an attractiveness to the hourly rate for a part-time position for all of our positions across the board.
Well, certainly, Mr. City Manager, as a teacher myself, I advocate for teachers to be paid more money. And for all the reasons you just outlined in the past few minutes, they should not be making minimum wage. They should be making much more than that. So that's my opinion on that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Continue item number 24 to the next council meeting. And so there's a motion to approve the consent calendar, and then we'll go into debate after it's been approved. Is it a first and second?
There has not been a vote at all.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay. It's been moved by MPT.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar with the item number 24 to be taken up when they're able to do it.
On the discussion, I would like to pull items 21, 29, 30, and 31 for a brief discussion. Would anyone else like to pull an item? It's been moved to approve the consent calendar with the exception of items number 21, 24, 29, 30, and 31.
33.
33. Okay. Hicks. Let's cast our votes, please.
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Item number 21, Mr. City Manager, is...
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 21 is going to be a brief presentation for the fiscal year 2023-2024 first quarter financial report. I'm going to ask that our Director of Finance, Mr. William Jefferson, along with our senior budget analyst, I believe Mr. Ralston Turner, is going to provide this brief presentation for you, Madam Mayor, as requested.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I will be doing this presentation by myself. I'll be presenting today on the first quarter, fiscal year 23-24. The first slide shows our general fund. This is how we ended fiscal year 21-22, which the ending of this balance is also the beginning balance. The reason or the purpose for this slide is just to show the continuous progress from prior years to where we are now and the increase in our general fund.
Look at it. Say it loud.
Our general fund balance is $222.9 million.
Lord have mercy.
But
It's not?
you must let me finish my presentation.
Okay, thank you.
I have to. It's important.
Okay. I'll be quiet.
Once again, this slide is just to show the progress that's been made in prior years and the increase of our general fund. That's the purpose of this slide. Slide 2 is now the breakdown of the 222.9 million. What you see before you is the slide that we have, all of these, this pie chart makes up that amount. 79 million is surplus, and I'll go back and revisit that again. 27 million is allocated to CIP projects. The 24 million is the 20% reserve that we have to have in a bank. 5 million is self-insurance, and the $86 million is the oil tax lump sum. All that together makes the $222.9 million. Now, when you're discussing the surplus would be the 79 million, which is the surplus, the 24 million, which is the reserve, and the 86 million, which would give you 189. But keep in mind, the 86 million, I have to repeat, the 86 million is in litigation, so that cannot be touched. So honestly, the only thing that we have in reserve that can be touched is the 79 million. So I go back to my initial point, we do have 189 million in reserve, but only 79 plus 24 is accessible. The $86 million is still in litigation and cannot be touched as of now.
That's 103 million.
103, 79, 24, and 86.
And Madam Mayor, I think that's I think the words that says general fund balance equals 222.9 million, from a legal standpoint, I think that's misleading and staff need to correct that, because your general fund balance cannot include monies that are set aside in an escrow pending litigation. And I have to warn you of that as your city attorney, because you need to have a clear record. So that general fund balance is the 220.9 minus the 86 million, whatever that number is. I felt it's important to clarify the record.
It's 103 million.
And the clarification on that, Madam Mayor, just so you know, so those figures that are listed there is based on the audit that we received. So this isn't the number that staff came up with. This isn't something that we decided to put up there. I actually was trying to prevent this number to be shown. However, the audit, when the auditors come, which is external, they provide us a documentation to say this is what you have in the city. So we cannot present you numbers that don't exist, regardless of what we're doing with that fund. So as William has already established, the 86 million is oil tax money that you as a council, because of litigation under your conservative aspect, decided that we want to place in a separate account, not to be touched during litigation. So we still have the money. We just are not touching it and can't use it. And the auditors have shown and stated that you have that dollar amount, you must report that. So that's why we're having it reported this way. But as the city attorney said, we're being very cautious in how we're mentioning this. However, it's actually minus the 86 million comes to 136.9. That's what the city has.
that we can spend.
Yes, ma'am.
I know, but we have
that is at your
136
availability
million.
for you and the council to make decision from.
I just want to hear the dollar amount. We've
Yes.
never heard it in
Yes,
50
ma'am.
years.
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't hear it in the last 15. We've just hearing this in the last 4. So that's what I want to hear. Say it again, please.
Yes, ma'am. So and again, I apologize, Director Jefferson. I just wanted to make clear, as the city attorney has already stated, and as the Director of Finance stated, the general fund balance, based upon the audit, as what the city has total in its finances is $222.9 million. $86 million is the oil tax that the city has received. It is in litigation and is separated into a separate account, in an escrowed account. The remaining balance is $136.9 million, which is available for Madam Mayor and Council to decide how you want to utilize those funds based upon your conservatism, but then your aggressiveness when need be, I believe is what's stating and showing this $136.9 million reserve.
Quick question. This is $136 million. I know we are at the I'm going to let you finish your presentation. I'm not going to interrupt you because I don't want you calling me. But does this $136 million include the money that we appropriated for the streets? It was like $32 million. Has that been deducted? It was.
David, can I answer that question?
I can answer it if you need me to. So I want to go back and revisit that 136 because keep in mind 27 is allocated for CIP.
Okay.
So you can't
Gotcha.
touch that money. So when I go back to saying that it's the surplus, now we're talking about surplus. Terminology is very important. The surplus that you guys can tap into is the 79 million and the 24 million.
Yeah.
This 27 is already allocated for CIP. The $5 million is already allocated for self-insurance, and the $86 million can't be touched. So what you can touch is the $79 million plus the $24 million, but keep in mind the $24 million is a 20% reserve.
Okay.
So those numbers, the terminology is very important.
Yeah. Okay. So it's 103 minus, if you minus that, it comes out to 79. Okay, thank you. I won't interrupt you again.
Okay. The next slide shows the revenue that we collected in 22-23. I can take you back to the fund balance. Your fund balance is all your revenues, then it's minus your liabilities, your expenditures, and all that. So that's why if you see the 222.9 million is that number, but then when you look at this number, it's different. It's 22.29 because that's the revenue that was collected for the 22-23 year versus last year, which was the 21-22 is 136 million. So the revenue that we collected from year to year has grown 27% year over year. This next slide shows your departmental expenditures, and it's broken down by departments. We started off with a $103 million adopted budget. The budget was revised to $118 million, with $104 million in actuals, with a remaining balance of $13.9 million, with 88 spending. So we had a 12% underspend for that particular year in our expenditures for 22-23. CIP was budgeted for 22-23 for $28.5 million. We used actuals of $7.7 million, which left a balance of $21 million for the CIP projects for that particular year. And these were the projects that were designated or that was done with the CIP funding. You have your City Hall renovations, Civic Center turf renovation, Community Center upgrades, 110 improvements, and your Sepulveda improvement. And those tallied up, once again, to the $7 million. Now we're going to dive into what actually happened in the first quarter. I took you on a little past history of how we ended the year, which was the beginning of the year. Now I'm going to show you the actual report of the first quarter. The first quarter in revenues, we collected $28 million in the first quarter, which we are trending in the right direction because our total for the year that we budgeted was $131 million. If you divide it by 4, it's about $30 million a quarter. We got $28 million, but of course, these next few months is when the property tax come in and all that, so we will see a spike. But as of right now, we're trending in the right direction as far as the first quarter in revenues that we're collecting. Next slide shows the expenditures that have happened. So if you look at 23-24, thus far, we have in the first quarter expensed $24 million. Last year was $21 million. So from last year to this year, we have a 14% increase in expenditures for this particular quarter. Here's a breakdown of the expenditures for the first quarter. Again, broken down by departments. The adopted budget was $119 million. The revised budget is $124 million. Adding encumbrances, we have a year-to-date actuals of $24 million, which I just reported, which is now showing a budget used of $19 million. The benchmark right now is 25%, and right now we have spent 19%, which we have an underspend of about 6% as of right now. So we're under budget. CIP for this year, we budgeted $27 million. Expenditures, we have $1.7 million. Encumbrances, $8.7 million. Actual remaining balance is $16.6 million of the $27 million. So we only used $1.7 million of the first quarter. These are the projects that were worked on in the first quarter, CIP projects that we have expensed thus far in the first quarter: Park City cameras, City Hall carpet replacement, which goes back to the $1.7 million. That concludes my report. And first, I want to make sure I give acknowledgement to my wonderful staff, Roston Turner. He put a lot of work in. And then our accounting manager, as the city manager stated, she was able to get the audit done in a timely fashion, so the numbers that we're reporting to you are the actual audited numbers. And that's pretty good to have the actual audited numbers at this particular time in December. So I want to give kudos to my team. That's why I feel so confident about the numbers that I'm able to present to you and explain it to you, because they're audited, and I sat in with the auditors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman, do you have any comments?
Madam Mayor,
Oh,
I do have a question to ask. The sales tax revenue, what was the projection for the first quarter, and how did we do in the first quarter in our sales tax?
Sales tax, I don't have the absolute number, but if you go on, we have it on OpenGov. So if you look here, what you can kind of see a little bit, sales tax is the dark blue one. So it looks about, I couldn't really guess, but I can get it to you because it's on OpenGov. I don't have the breakdown. I have them, all the taxes put together.
Okay.
All the taxes for the first quarter.
I'm just trying to follow the spending habits in the city in regards to, since we had the additional 0.25% tax added on to the sales tax, and then on top of that, based upon the economy and inflation, are people still shopping or are they not shopping? Because you can't track sales that's done through Amazon or online. It doesn't always come through back to us based upon point of sale. So I'm just trying to figure out what is happening locally within our city.
Thank you, Councilman Hicks. So if I can have our Deputy City Manager, Mr. Tariq Rahmani, speak to that. And then also, I wanted to thank Mr. Jefferson publicly, as well as he's already stated, Nin, our accounting manager, and Ralston Turner, our senior budget analyst, for putting these numbers together. But I wanted to publicly thank Mr. Tariq Rahmani, in particular for our oil tax escrowed account, because he has been expeditious and an absolute, bulldog when it comes to the oil tax. He has single-handedly infiltrated, if you will, both Marathon and, well, I shouldn't have said their name, but both of the oil tax companies, and advised them that they're auditing, going through the numbers, being able to be diligent in that perspective. And so for you to see the $86 million that we've received, I mean, him, of course, Sonny, our fearless city attorney, as well as Mr. Bill Winder, they have really just been kind of the spearhead, the three-headed monster, if you will, going after these folks. And so obviously not out of the woods yet, but have this $86 million that's sitting in this escrowed account is a tremendous accomplishment. But many hours have been spent unseen by Tariq Rahmani, our Deputy City Manager. So I just wanted to publicly thank him, and so you all would know the type of work that he's been doing for that oil tax. And so, but I believe Mr. Rahmani has the answer to your question, Councilman Hicks.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Hicks, I have the number for you for the sales tax. So the sales tax revenue projection for this year is $36.5 million. On average, pre-pandemic, we used to receive about $30 million. So our economy is really growing tremendously, so we're exceeding the forecast by 6 million. That's not to include Measure K, which is the transaction use tax, which is a new tax that was started 2020, I believe, and that's in north of $18 million. So in both of them, you have about $50 million. So I know we speak a lot about oil tax, but what Carson has is a very robust revenue stream. And the chart, if you can put back Director Jefferson's chart number 2, number 2, the one before it, you can see we don't have a sudden jump into our revenue. This chart shows progress. What you don't have is the revenue from fiscal year 17-18, which we were talking 17 to $15 million. We didn't have the 20% reserve in fund, but you see here tremendous progress, and these are the decisions that the council made, which is Measure K and also Measure R, which we removed the sunset. I hope that answers your question.
It does. I just wanted to find out, was anything affected by that? And then on top of that, because of the auto roll that's in District 3, how are the car sales? Because that's another portion that I knew. I think our Kia dealership changed hands. The Toyota changed hands. Now it's Fletcher. Wynn Chevrolet. So most of our dealerships that are along our auto row has changed ownership. So I'm just wondering, how has the sales have been going since we had this change?
Well, surprisingly didn't. Okay. The auto sales in Carson continues to exceed almost most South Bay. So even the change of ownership, the transaction in our report that we receive from HDL on a quarterly basis continues to show that the car business in Carson is the #1 producer of the sales tax in Carson. So we have folks who come in from outside the city and come into Carson shop for cars, and it still continues to be #1 producers in terms of sales tax.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any comments, Councilman?
Just that we should have more auto dealers.
MPT?
Yes, I just want to commend the team, William. Thank you, Tariq. Thank you, Roston. Thank you. But to our incredible city manager, we just your foresight, your thinking, your team effort, you, Robert, all of you just working together, being a team effort. This is incredible. I know I see the large amount. I see why Sonny got nervous. But this is incredible for a city to be solvent like this. Councilmember Hicks talked about the sales tax in its people shopping. One of the reasons why we don't see relief in the inflation is because people are still shopping. One of the reasons why we don't see relief in the interest rates is because people are still shopping. Because they believe if they could still make it in this economy, they can make it if they inch up a little bit. So all that shopping y'all doing is causing these interest rates to shoot up. And as long as people are moving through the economy, they will believe that they can handle it. And by people have record sales, people are, still things are still selling. So this is incredible. Carson is a great place to live. And that 0.1% sales tax, the county would have got it. But we're grateful that as Carson's leadership, that we had an incredible team to give us the foresight to know that we should get it before the county gets it. So thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
This is a receive and file item, but excellent presentation. It makes it a lot clearer to the residents, so we thank you for that. And having the PowerPoint is really helpful. So I'll move we approve staff recommendation.
Yes, I have a discussion on this item. To Tariq, thank you for going after those auditors. I know when the gas tax passed, the parties came to us and said, let's make a deal. And they offered us some measly $3 million, which was an insult. And some folks wanted to negotiate. There's no negotiating when the people say we're passing this gas tax, and we want our city to become the city that is destined to be. So to Tariq, we had this conversation, hire the best auditors, to my fearless city attorney and my city manager. Thank you guys for pushing and pushing, because the residents said, yes, we want an all tax, and it passed. And I don't care if we go to, well, anyway, it passed. I won't go there. The quarter-cent sales tax would have gone to the county. But the three of us were up for election, Councilman Hilton, MPT Hilton, myself, and Hicks. We didn't back down. This became a reality because we put it on the ballot and said, let the people decide. Because had it not gone to the ballot, the county would have came and got it. I knew we had projected 14 million. We're at 18 million now. All of that money would have gone to the county. It wouldn't have been here. It's in our coffers, so we can spend them to benefit our residents, as opposed to getting a small penny out of each dollar. So we have that, and I want to thank my three colleagues.
I'm gonna go get her.
Election year, we put it on the ballot. I always say we set policy, and we look for staff to implement that policy. So Councilman Hicks, Mayor Pro Tem Hilton, and it was an election year for us, and we rolled the dice and said, hey, let the residents be the deciding factor. And Councilwoman, I know your heart was there. So thank you so much to my colleagues for voting to put this on the ballot. And same thing with Measure the tax. We had not had any type of taxes on the businesses for years because no one would put it on. They wouldn't take the chance. We are where we are today because bodies that were sitting up here made the decision. And I always say, and I like to thank him, our former mayor and I came up together with our city attorney, ways that we could bring revenue to this city. And that former mayor was Al Robles and myself and Hilton and Hicks. Okay, make no bones about it. It takes 3 people to get anything done in this city. And former mayor Al Robles and I were on the committee to say, let's go for it. So thank you very much for that presentation. Thank you to the staff for doing a wonderful job. And thank you to the Carson residents for passing these measures to give us the money that we need to do some of the work that we're doing here in the city. That your trees are being cut, your streets are being repaved, and your sidewalks are being fixed, and your city hall and the community center and our parks are being renovated, and we have security cameras. Everything that we've been talking about, we have the revenue to do it. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Madam Mayor, under discussion, I have a question for staff of the finance department. Has the county instituted a 0.75% increase in sales tax?
Not to my knowledge, Councilmember Deere.
Not to my knowledge either. So if you remember, I brought this up. I was the first person to bring us up to have a 0.75% sales tax. We actually hired Fairbanks Company to do a survey of the residents to find out whether they would vote for a 0.75% sales tax increase. The proposal that I brought forward was to have it on the ballot to have an increase that only goes into effect if the county does a 0.75% increase. Because the county, if they did it without our 0.75% increase, and the city attorney can testify to this, then the county would take that money from all sales tax in the city of Carson. But we cleverly put on the ballot, and I was the one who initiated it. I think, we need clarity, accountability, and truthfulness at these council meetings. So the proposal, if you remember, the staff, you were not on board, but you know the history now. The staff actually had a survey, and we commissioned a survey to find out whether the people would vote for a 0.75% sales tax. And we had to justify it because our residents now pay more money in sales tax for things purchased in Carson, and so do visitors. The reason we did that was to protect ourselves from the county taking the money. Now, the county has never instituted, to my knowledge, a 0.75% increase in sales tax. We did it in case they did. But the survey said that the voters would more likely vote for it if we just flat out made it a straight 0.75% sales tax, as opposed to a little more detailed approach where it only went into effect if the county went into effect. We automatically would go into effect. So that was the practice from the county. The county still hasn't done that, but we do have the 0.75%, and it's one of the reasons that our revenue is so high, and one of the reasons that our reserves are so high. So I just want to clarify for the record the truth. Thank you very much.
And I want to clarify, Councilman, you were the city clerk at the time that we put this ballot forward. You had no voting power. Mayor Albert Robles was the mayor of this city. You may have discussed it, but, and we're not going to keep going back and forth. There's a motion on the floor to approve this item. We don't need to because it's consent. So you were the city clerk. I don't remember city clerk having
Well,
any.
you keep bringing that up, but
Okay.
the fact
So
was
let's
that
call, thank you for the
I
report
brought the
very
idea
much.
forward,
You
and
brought, I don't
the
know,
idea went into
clerks don't
effect
bring
when we
items
put it on the
forward,
ballot for the
especially
residents of the
recall
city
clerks.
of Carson, California.
You were
Thank
the
you very
clerk.
much.
Clerk does
Thank
not
you.
vote or bring anything forward. You were the city clerk.
Well, would
Thank
you
you.
stop making council meetings so political? You're
Thank
giving
you.
political speeches, Madam Mayor, on almost every issue tonight. You're giving a political speech,
Okay.
and that's not what we're about. We're about business, teamwork, working together with staff, and the 5 of us working together. So
Staff for
please stop
this
doing
wonderful
that. Thank you very
event,
much.
and I didn't say that you put out a mailer telling people not to vote against it, So I don't know what you're talking about. You
I
sent out
know
a
you don't
mailer.
know what I'm talking about because you don't understand.
Says everything. Please join me in not voting for this. Thank you. What's next on the agenda?
Madam Mayor, I believe you asked for item number 29 to be pulled.
Yes, I did.
You initially said 24, but that's the one that we pushed. But item 29 is considering an approval and a budget appropriation for the Eat Shop Local program in support of Small Business Week. And so at this time, we'll have our Deputy City Manager, Mr. Tariq Rahmani, along with staff, Ms. Latoya Butler, who's going to assist and provide a brief presentation at your request, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, City Manager, Madam Mayor, and Council. In front of you is a program that is a conversation between Madam Mayor and Latoya, our business liaison. And this is basically her imagination of what she wants to do next year in terms of working with our small business in Carson. This is the flyer we have, and any questions you may have, we'll be able to answer them. Come on in.
Thank you. For my colleagues.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
thank you for bringing this forward. We talked about this in the office, last month it was, we talked about this. The Eat Shop Local Carson, I guess my concern would be, how are we going to get this out to all of our small businesses in the city?
So we're going to start asking, we're going to go out in the public, hitting the streets. We're also going to ask the chamber to e-blast a registration form. We are going to try to advertise it on all of the marquees at hopefully when Dignity Health gets theirs up, when the marquee, and then the marquee at the college. We're going to do a press release, put it on our social media pages so that we can get as many businesses to register and participate as possible.
And are these only brick and mortar small shops?
We're asking anyone who wants to participate because every small business needs assistance.
Okay, because I know some of us have small business and we work out of our home. So I'm just trying to figure out a way that they're able to get access to this publicity and being heard.
Yes, they will have the opportunity to be heard. We're also going to send out a survey to see what the business community thinks we should do to assist with this program as well.
Good idea, good process, and thanks for having this kickoff.
You're welcome.
MPT.
I was going to say thank you to the Innovation Technology Department. That's the title.
Innovation, Sustainability, and Performance Management.
You said it. That's a mouthful. Innovation, sustainability, and performance management. I want to say thank you. Right, Carson, as I've continued to say, is on the cusp of greatness. We've lived by the tagline "Future Unlimited." And we're finally coming into the unlimited future that we have been touting or testifying for the last 55 years. When you talk about Los Angeles, when you talk about Long Beach, they have something called Dine LA, where, you know, for a whole week they put emphasis on supporting their Los Angeles restaurants. Long Beach did that. So I would love for Carson to for us to support those businesses that are here with the Eat Shop Local. Maybe we can emphasize in that week, talk to businesses who would love to be on board, put something on our website to say, hey, would you like to participate in this? And then most of the time, what Dine LA is for those people who wouldn't normally go to those restaurants because they felt like it was too expensive or out of their wheelhouse, they'll put together a menu for saying, listen, you can get this for this amount of money, this particular time. And somebody's like, oh, well, I'm going to go because I thought I was going to spend this amount of money to go here. So I would love to have in the Eat Shop Local Carson, I would love to have like a Dine Carson where we can go support businesses in the north, the south, the east, and the west, all corners of Carson. I think that will be incredible. We have some great mom and pop shops here, some great chain restaurants here, but I think the people who need the help are those local businesses, the bread and butter, whether it's Ken's Ice Cream, My Father's, Dominic's, Juicy Juice, all of those great places. I think those things are really, really important.
Thank you. Yes, this is the first time we're going to do something like this for our small business community, and hopefully it's going to start a positive relationship with our small businesses so that they know when I call, I'm just calling to ask them what they need from the city to help. Other than financial assistance, we want to give them the opportunity to showcase their business, and also another component of this program will be to get them to network with our partners in the city that can assist them with making their businesses greater than what they already are. So the Small Business Development Center, which gave a recommendation for this program, as well as the Carson One Stop, the incubator program at the college, and our Department of Rehabilitation are also assisting, as well as the Sheriff's Department. They're really excited about this because this will give them the opportunity to meet our businesses in a light when they're not needed. So, so.
Thank you to the staff. When I was elected, this was one of the 9 initiatives in the Small Business Academy. If you looked at the presentation, I came with an agenda, things that we wanted to initiate. I met with every member of, not every, but a majority of the member of the Chambers of Commerce. I've asked David Gamboa and his staff to help us with the Small Business Academy. We were successful in just graduating the 3rd class. This will be a spinoff of that. Normally we just hand out a certificate to a small business, but I think it's incumbent upon us to do more than bring a business here, hand them a certificate, and send them on their way. The $25,000 small business grant that this council voted upon has helped out a lot of businesses. This will further educate them. So to the staff, thank you. Again, these are things that we need to implement in the city of Carson, and I'm asking that my council approve staff's recommendation. We need to read them all.
Second the motion.
It's been moved and properly second. Cast your vote.
Madam Mayor, it's unanimous.
Thank you. The last thing I want to say is hopefully this will be one of the things that helps us win this Eddie Award next year.
Yes.
Because I'm tired of applying and not winning. So
We've been coming in second.
Sorry?
We've been coming in second.
Second, yeah. So this is
We'll
going to
come
put.
Came in
first
second
next
to
time.
last year.
This is the
Okay.
first of many things, and hopefully it'll be. And
I want to be the bride this year. I don't want to be the bridesmaid.
We need to find out who Eddie is.
We need to find out who Eddie is. It's item number 30. Thank you, staff. That's item number 30.
Thank you, MOC.
Cedric. Oh, next is item number 31.
I believe, yes, Madam Mayor, I believe it was item 30, 31, and 33.
Oh, 30.
The
And
traffic
so
signal.
item 30, I'm going to call up our Director of Public Works, Mr. Arlington Rogers, so we can hear what's going on in his neighborhood. And he's going to provide this update for you all. It's my shameless pun that I always provide. But he's going to be able to provide the update on item 30 in regards to this completed project installation at Tejada and Delamo Boulevard.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Let our residents hear this. Mr. Williams, are you watching?
He is. He is.
This is just a consideration to complete this project. This is done.
It's done.
It's done.
Tejada?
Consideration to accept the project as complete, project 1628, traffic signal installation at the intersection of Tejada Avenue and Delamo Boulevard.
It is complete. You're right.
Yes, ma'am.
I was looking for Central and Diamonddale.
That's what I thought. So I have an answer for that as well.
That'll work.
Okay. So the issue with the one at Central and Diamonddale is that during the construction phase, there was water uncovered. There was an amount of water uncovered, so we had to do a geological study. That study is now complete. We will re-begin construction based off of the findings of that study, and we're expecting completion to be the middle of February.
Good news, Mr. Williams, the middle of February. Thank you.
Well.
That's a receive and file?
No, move staff recommendation.
Oh, move staff
Second.
rec-
That's you, Cedric. You move staff recommendation. It's your district. I'll let you move it.
Thank you.
I'm going to second it.
Thank you.
I'm going to vote.
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Item number, is it 33 now?
31.
31, Madam
Pull
Mayor.
31.
I heard 31. Is it not?
31.
It is 31? Okay, so again, item 31 is to consider approval of amendment number 1 to the agreement with Adventech Consulting Engineers Incorporated to provide traffic signal design services to prepare the plans, specs, and estimates, bless you, PS&E, for upgrading traffic signals at 4 intersections as stated. And so, again, our Director of Public Works, Mr. Rogers, will provide you that update.
So this item is for an amendment to continue the contract to January 2025. The issue with this is that we're waiting for, it's being held up by SCE to provide us with plans, and then once we develop those, get those plans from SCE, we can continue, and we're expecting construction to be finished by January 2025.
So could you let the public know which signals we're talking about? We don't want to just, I see Avalon Boulevard and Victoria Street,
You mean get to,
Yeah, which one?
Main Street and Sepulveda. I can read it for you.
See if I can
Are
pull
all
it
of them
as
held
well.
up or just one?
And Main Street and 223rd Street, Figueroa Street and Torrance. Just want to let our residents know that it's at all parts of our city that we're doing something with our traffic signals.
yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Very good. I'll move staff recommendation.
Second.
cast your vote.
Madam Mayor,
Oh, I need to vote?
it's unanimous.
Item number 33 was pulled by Councilman Hicks.
Just one staff report?
Excellent. Thank you, Councilman Hicks. Brief staff report by our Director of Public Works, Arlington Rogers.
This item is to continue working in cooperation and collaboration with the Department of Transportation for the state of California. And what this is it will give us the ability to take care of the undercrossings and overcrossings in certain areas in the city. So we don't have to work with Caltrans and those. We can just kind of take advantage and do what we need to do. So it's one step
more in completing what we've already laid down and making sure the Carson infrastructure is taken care of by the city staff.
Madam Mayor, I have a question for staff.
Yes.
So does that mean that instead of getting an encroachment permit every time we need to make an adjustment in Carson's property, we can have a kind of a, for lack of another word, a blanket approval on certain areas within the city limits? That's still Caltrans property.
If it's based off of the maps that we have, which are basically undercrossings underneath the bridges, underneath the freeways, and some of those overcrossings, the answer to that is yes. We will just be able to go in, clean up, do what we need to do without having to have Caltrans involved. That's what this is going to do.
That's very good. Yeah, very good. Thank you.
I just wanted the residents to know that, because they've come before this body complaining about the freeways and the debris and weeds and everything else, that we finally have this agreement that's going to move forward, that we're going to be doing some cleanup.
Yes.
And having it done in the city. So I just wanted to make sure the residents knew about it, because I know many of them have come before this body upset behind the freeways and the medians and everything else. So it's before us to approve. If it passes, now we have someone in place and something in place to address the issues that's been coming before this body. And with that said, I move staff's recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved and
MPT
properly
was a little
seconded.
faster than me on that one.
Yeah, because Mr. Cottrell probably is watching tonight, and we got to go see Mr. Cottrell. And this was, I told him this was coming up. So he talked about the medians, that Caltrans is responsible for off the freeways and stuff. So I appreciate it. I told him it was coming. So now we got to go deliver him the news.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Please cast your vote.
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Yes. Item number 35 is a special order of the day. Madam City Clerk, was it properly noticed?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the public hearing on the Sand Hill CFD annexation, item number 35. The property owner, Rexford Industrial 1055 Sand Hill LLC, submitted the unanimous approval consent letter to the City of Carson requesting for annexation into the City of Carson Community Facilities, District number 2018-01, Maintenance and Services. There are no noticing nor publication requirements required for this item beyond the Brown Act. Thank you.
Is there a staff presentation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the public hearing, this presentation will be done by our Director of Community Development, Mr. Saeed Nasseh.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Good evening. This action would authorize the annexation of a 120,000 square foot warehouse located at 1055 Sand Hill Avenue into CFD 2018-01 by unanimous consent of the property owner. The property has historically been industrial property. General Mills used the property from 1978 to 2020 as a yield plate production facility. The 120,000 square foot warehouse was approved by City Council in May of 2022. This annexation will increase the city's revenues by approximately $19,854.89 annually. That concludes staff's report.
I blinked. It'll increase our revenue by what?
I'm sorry?
$20,000.
About 20,000,
Okay.
yes, annual.
I did blink. City Council members, do you have any questions to ask? Open the public hearing. Are there any applicants present that would like to speak on this? No? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Council deliberation.
Seeing as none, I would like to introduce the first reading. I'm sorry. Take the following action. Waive the further reading and adopt resolution number 23-188, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson acting in its capacity as a legislative body of the City of Carson Communities Facility District number 2018-01, maintenance and service approving annexation number 17, warehouse, former Yoplait plant, for property located at 1055 Sand Hill with the future annexation area, City Council. And receive and file this unanimous approval consent letter from Rexford Industrial 1055 Sand Hill LLC.
Second.
Been moved and properly second. Please cast your vote.
Madam Mayor,
Oh,
it's unanimous.
item number 36, consider updated marketing city logo concepts.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. With all due respect, Madam Mayor, and this actually falls on me, is there a way that we can actually move item 37 and bring back 36 after item 37 is complete?
Sure.
I realize, and I apologize publicly, that we have MGO here, consultant, and they're flying from Florida. And I just
Oh.
realized it's midnight to them, and it's only 9
Oh, I would
o'clock
have
here.
had them come up first.
So we could have them come up for that item to be discussed.
Item number
And I should have
37.
asked for them to come forward.
Early
so
in the
I
game.
apologize.
I thought they were just visiting us.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and the council members of the city. My name is Joseph Toniola. I am the city's purchasing manager. Alongside me tonight is Rafael Rico. He's one of the city's buyers. In September of 2022, you all approved a professional services contract with MGO to conduct a comprehensive procurement and contracting process audit. Tonight here and proposed for you all as Exhibit 1 is one of the results of that audit. It's an updated purchasing ordinance which hasn't been done in some time, and the language we've been abiding by just isn't sufficient for the demand that the city now has. I wanted to highlight these proposed changes incorporate data-driven findings identified throughout the audit. Carried out by MGO, vast legal input and clarification provided by Sunny and her team, and then thorough consideration of best purchasing practice. Specifically, I wanted to highlight a couple different sections you guys will see represented on the ordinance. Section 2604 speaks to the city manager authority thresholds. These numbers have been resting at 25,000 for some time already. These numbers just aren't sufficient for the demand that the city currently has. Those numbers recommended and proposed to you all are a result of local research conducted by neighboring cities, both through MGO and myself and Rafael. We've reached out to other local agencies within the South Bay, even extended our research even beyond that up to Northern California to identify kind of where the city of Carson lands and a number that would be more beneficial to our supply chain. Section 2607 speaks to one of several strategies that David Roberts actually made one of, I think, the initial proposals to. This implements an internal procedure of staff to report on a monthly basis to you all of the contracts that are authorized within the city manager's authority. That'll be presented to you all on a minimum, a monthly basis, allowing clarity to all of those contracts that you may not see hit your desk but are being executed at staff level. And then section 2611.1, this outlines the local preference credit that's extended to businesses within the city who bid on applicable projects. This number is, the proposed change will increase from 5% to 10% as an initiative to foster closer relationships with small businesses within the city. On top of that, we're working closely with MGO, working closely with department directors, with managers and supervisors throughout the city to ensure that we have proper practice to enable control and safeguard public interest first and foremost, and provide those safeguards for the use of public resources. I'll pass it over to Rafael, who will further detail.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. In addition to the comments made by my colleague Josilla here, in addition to all of these points alongside MGO, who will be presenting shortly, we're working to produce an in-depth purchasing and procurement manual that will be provided to all city staff as a resource for procuring materials, supplies, and equipment citywide. This manual will detail both in-depth the informal and formal bidding procedure and will aid in providing control over the city's procurement and contracting process. In addition to all these efforts as a division, the purchasing team has increased vendor outreach conducted during the informal and formal bidding process. Furthermore, we constantly work closely with department staff to identify areas where we can improve the city's supply chain, such as collective purchasing, when and where applicable. The benefits of doing as such run far and wide, but entails the city's ability to foster healthy relationships and partnerships with quality vendors, contractors, and suppliers. As an example, we can use the public comments and the TransTech presentation that we've seen earlier tonight as just one of many examples that display the benefits of maintaining quality vendors throughout the city. On top of that, through the city's financial system, Tyler Munis, we are identifying methods for tracking and maintaining supplier performance and ensuring compliance with contractual obligations and identifying areas of improvement. Each of these efforts will serve as internal practices to improve the city's public resource safeguards. And now I'd like to shift to Brianna and Linda, who have been kind enough to join us throughout this citywide process, but on behalf of MGO as well. Brianna and Linda have a brief presentation which will further detail the audit findings thus far. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm Brianna Pierce. I'm a senior manager at MGO. With me is Linda Hurley. She's a partner at MGO. We thank you for this opportunity to provide a status on our engagement, which is the assessment of the city's purchasing and contracting functions. All right. So we have included a summary of our scope of work. I won't go through it all, but it encompasses the full, looking at the full purchasing and contracting functions at the city. Let's see. Our status to date, we have completed a number of tasks. We've reviewed policy and procedures, done a whole lot of interviews. We've done research, done a bunch of data analysis as well as helping redline the purchasing ordinance, which Jusilla talked about. We have some other tasks still in progress, which we're working with staff on completing, such as Raphael mentioned, the policy and procedures manual for procurement, as well as developing other procedures such as a training schedule and assisting with the local preference in procurement. Based on all of the work that we've done and information that we've looked at, we come to you with our first recommendation, which is to increase the purchasing approval thresholds for city manager to be $75,000 or less, and city council greater than $75,000. It would also be increasing the bidding threshold. So informal bidding would be $75,000 or less, and formal bidding in competitive proposals greater than $75,000. So we've included in this as Jusilla mentioned, we looked at some comparative cities, and so we have included that in the handout. We looked at some select South Bay cities. We looked at a whole bunch more, but we presented a selection for you to see where Carson currently sits among some other cities. You can see it's a very wide range, not any two cities alike. We include that. We also included on the next page, you will see we did some analysis of the purchase orders that were issued during fiscal year 2022 to give you an idea of how many fall during which thresholds. And from that, you can see 89% of all the purchase orders that were issued were for $25,000 or less. So now our second recommendation then is for the city to consider creating a contract specialist position. This position would report to the purchasing manager, have a background in contracting, assist with the contracting process citywide, and it would shift some of the work that's performed currently by the city attorney's office, the non-legal contracting work, from them to back to the city. So we've included some analysis that we did. We looked at services that the city attorney's office provided the city. Again, non-legal procurement and contracting services, to show that there is opportunity there to shift the non-legal related services back to the city. So I want to thank you. That concludes our presentation. If there's any questions.
I have one.
I would clarify that it's not that it's non-legal, but it's issues that could be, I mean, it's issues that staff come to us with that by now maybe they should know. So examples like, do we need to really do an RFP on this? And, you know, by now staff should be reading the municipal code and assessing if they need to do an RFP. So it's unfair to say it's non-legal, like they're not asking us to do things that are not, but it's issues that if you have someone that has the expertise, that has gone through a lot of procurements, they should really just read the code and say, yes, I have to do an RFP here. So it's an important distinction, I think. I don't want to make it sound like we're doing clerical stuff, that staff's being irresponsible with asking us to do things that are not legal in nature.
Yeah, and if I may clarify, this position, the intent is that this position works very closely with Sunny's team. It's not by any way, shape, or form a method to deviate from the legal responsibility we have as a city. It'll be in close conjunction with Sunny and her team. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you will have another set of eyes and hands, is basically what it is. Okay. My question is, I know in this report it says $75,000 for the city manager. What about your department heads?
So Section 2604 actually details and enables the city manager to designate authority, and that will be documented by way of a memo. Dave, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not detailed in there just because there may be some variances in how director authority is established. For example, a public works director may not be able to complete as much of a project on a $25,000 threshold as would, say, a finance director who's just contracting or consulting services.
And your Parks and Rec. I just want to make sure that if we approve this, that the department heads have the authority, because they have like a $10,000 or $15,000. That today is not. It's $5,000?
It's only, yes, Madam Mayor, it's only $5,000, and that was done back in 2018 by our previous city manager, Ken Farsing, and that was done by way of memo as well. And so based upon the recommendation, as Gisela stated, it would be basically the same process. A memo issued out for myself to the department heads with varied flexibility as far as what that threshold would be. And so that's something we'll discuss internally, and then also obviously bring that to your attention.
And your assistant city manager and your deputy.
That's
city,
correct.
Yeah,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
they need a signing authority also.
That's correct. So that's why it's actually has to be done via this way through memo, and then that would be addressed.
So
to
that
you.
means you could change it via memo, as long as it doesn't exceed 75, what is yours.
Yes, ma'am. But we will make sure we'll have a policy in play, and you'll all be aware of what that is.
Okay.
And then also there'll be a report that would be provided, just as I will have to provide a report monthly basis. So will the department heads.
Okay. Questions?
Madam Mayor, not so much a question as a comment. This $25,000 has been the threshold for so many years. It's really about time that we bring it up to something like staff's recommendation, and I do support that,
Thank you, Councilmember Deere.
along with our MGO's recommendation, of course.
Okay.
Thank you.
Another thing, if I may, we're seeing a practice in all of our cities where they've gone towards having DocuSign, and the council may want to consider, and I don't know if the auditors agree with this or not, it creates a lot of efficiencies, and part of the problem is when we don't have DocuSign, contracts get held up because they have to chase the mayor, they have to chase me, they have to find the city clerk. But if it's via DocuSign, it's very efficient and it's actually really organized. And then I guess my understanding of the program is it actually then saves it on the system. You can do just a search and find it instead of having the outdated approach of paper trail. So council may, and totally out of line, but I mean, most of our cities have gone towards having DocuSign. I think Carson's like one of the last cities.
That's
so
right.
I do think the city should consider that.
It's all documented electronically, which is really good.
I've asked the city clerk before, and she has said that's, the city council's decision. That's why I'm raising it with the city council.
Well, first of all, it probably falls on my lap. I'm not on my computer. I don't walk around with my phone in my hand 24/7. Well, I need to. You're talking about DocuSign because it was a document that I found on my phone that said I should have DocuSign. That was 2 weeks later. I just don't tie it to my hip. I have a life, and I know it's expedient. I do most of the signing so. Unless you're gonna call and say, "Hey, could you go and check your computer?" You may not get anything from me for 2 weeks. My daughter tells me, I send you an email, and MPT tells me the same thing. I respond a week later, so it has to be a mechanism so I can get it back to you as soon as possible.
Can I offer a suggestion? I think DocuSign is very efficient. I know the mayor, she doesn't have her phone tied to her hip or her computer. No. What I was going to say is, if you need her to sign a contract, maybe call her and say, Mayor, between this hour and this hour, I'll do it on DocuSign. The DocuSign app is on your phone. They do have the DocuSign app on your phone. It automatically is not like email. It alerts you to say, hey, sign the document right now. So whoever is over IT this week, I'm just saying. So whoever over IT put it on the mayor's phone, DocuSign, put the app. It goes immediately to the DocuSign. Let her know. She could look at the document from her phone, if that be the case, or she could be the only one to print it. But I think it's efficient. You can go back, and it holds records for I believe 7 years.
Yeah.
They hold the record for 7 years.
I just want to let you know your mayor's bad at that. So I'm just honest. So I need something to trigger me.
Mayor, we'll work with you. There's
okay. That's fine. I just don't want to be.
I think you should look into that, city clerk.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have to make that as do we have to add that in?
No, I think, Madam Mayor, Council, I think we do have a contract with DocuSign currently.
You do. I've signed a few.
Yeah, so we do have it in practice. I think we can start with the city managers now signing authority. He can use it electronically and see how that goes. I'm confident it will work. We can also use it for non-contract documents within the city's operations. So we have that in place. We don't need to approve anything today.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to read my documents before I put my signature on it, and that little phone does not do it all the time. It just, so we can work out my signing authority, but some of these documents I just like to read. You ask me to DocuSign something on a little bitty phone. That doesn't work for me.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we introduce for first reading an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, amending Chapter 6 Purchasing System of Article 2 Administration of the Carson Municipal Code as a comprehensive update.
Second. Oh, you got me.
Well, I think we discussed this a bit, so let's vote.
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I do apologize for you guys having to sit here. I didn't know you were from another state.
I'm local. I've just got to get her home.
Oh, you're trying to get her home? Safe travels.
You're going home tonight?
No, tomorrow.
You can hang out a little
Buffalo
longer.
Wild Wings, they have happy hour tonight. Half price wings tonight.
Half price.
Yeah, it's Tuesday.
We're trying to get out of here. Okay, we'll go back to item number 26. Thank you, guys. 36.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So item 36 is a consideration of updating the marketing city logo concepts. And I'd like to provide, I guess I'll provide the staff report or, okay, I'll provide the staff report for this particular item.
Where's Margie?
So, okay. The staff report is being presented to the Mayor and City Council for the consideration of a new marketing logo to brand our city. A well-designed and strategically developed logo can serve as an effective tool for promoting our city's identity by attracting visitors and fostering economic growth. This staff report highlights the key points for council consideration, along with several sampled logos to choose from. And so we'll show those at this time. Okay. So, Madam Mayor, as I know you and yourself and Councilmember Hicks is part of the logo committee, and you've had several iterations from various and concepts from various vendors, which none of them were to your delight or liking. And so, after months and months of frustration, we decided. Light bulb came on, and I thought, well, we have several events in the city, as you all are aware of, and our own internal staff typically drafts and creates those event flyers. Ms. Danielle Halsey and our public information officer, manager, Margie Revilla Garcia. And so what you have before you is concepts that were provided. There were over 28 concepts that were provided by Ms. Danielle. And then based upon the committee's liking, narrowed it down to these 4. And so we're hoping that tonight that there's something here that would, oh, wow. Well, she's, currently the city attorney is taking the thunder out of what I was trying to explain here based upon the mayor's request. But as you see, it says Carson Future Unlimited, which is Future Unlimited is the tagline motto, and the incorporation was added. And then I guess the question comes into play, the jewel, where does the jewel come from? And we've heard the moniker that Carson is the jewel of the South Bay, as the mayor has often stated. And so therefore playing off of that concept and thought is why you see and what you have there. In addition to Councilmember Hicks also wanted to ensure that the city of Carson is designated and known that that we are obviously in California and not confused with Carson City, Nevada.
Yes.
Hence why you see the CA in the gold as representing the Golden State. So I just, this was a tremendous accomplishment that Danielle was able to create, considering the number of concepts and iterations that you all saw. And all it was font changes, whereas there was actually some incorporation to what you as a committee decided that you wanted. And so these are the final 4 finalists, if you will. And so we're hoping that tonight there can be a consensus as to what you'd like to see.
Were there some more?
There were, well, actually, no, there were 10, if you recall, down to the final 10, and yourself and Councilmember Hicks selected 2 of the same, and then there was a 3rd that was added, and the 4th was kind of a a changed concept. It was kind of flipped, and that's the one where you see the two diamonds in the middle.
Where is that?
The two slides in the middle. I would call it slide 2 and slide 3 there, or
okay.
concept. Those are the two that basically were the same. You liked, but we moved the jewel.
Mm-hmm.
And then the first one was one that was kind of requested. Actually, the final one there is one that Councilmember Hicks had asked and wanted to see and liked. And so these are the ones that we have before you.
You didn't have one?
And so because it was just a committee, we only had you and Councilmember Hicks.
Okay.
So I really appreciate our in-house committee. And Danielle is phenomenal, right? We might need to hire like someone who's in branding, right? In my mind, I think the jewel, I like the jewel. I think the jewel overshadows Carson. It should be somewhere down at the bottom, in a sense. Maybe like the jewel coming out the ink. I don't know. I looked at them. I wasn't overwhelmed. I wasn't underwhelmed. I don't know. I think we're on our way. We're on the pathway. We're on the trajectory somewhere. So I don't know.
You want to look at something else? The consultants that we hired were like cartoons.
Yeah, I think I shared with and Danielle. You know, I love Danielle's work. No slight. No.
So there, to what you're saying, Mayor Pro Tem. So there was a couple other concepts that we have that are listed that are on. I don't know if Margie or.
Did you see something else?
Margie, can you show?
MPT, I was going to ask the same question. The other 6 out of the 10, are they
no,
much different?
It's on the computer, I believe. But I think also, as we talked about the Jewel of the South Bay, that's something that can actually be incorporated in an arch over top. So that really kind of accentuates and gives reason to the actual jewel itself versus not being stated. It's just that when this comes out to print, or when you're going to produce this particular logo, if that be the case, going to being able to remove the jewel from the O and leaving just the name, removing the jewel itself, it just gives play to allow you to kind of be interchangeable with either removing the jewel or keeping the jewel. By keeping the jewel, then you'd want to put the tagline, the Jewel of South Bay. To MPT's point, we thought about also, okay, how do you connect the jewel to Future Unlimited? And I think there's some samples, physical samples that we have. We just kind of played with that. So I don't know if you guys want to just hold those up. I don't know that it could be seen. And again, we hired and went after 3 to 4 different professional concepts and consultants. And I'll be honest with you, they didn't give us but 3 to 5 aspects to even try to pick from, and that's what you all saw, and you liked none of them because they were just font changes versus these ones. And I don't know if the public can see it by the camera or not. I'm assuming so, but this kind of just shows the kind of the incorporation of the diamond or the jewel, if you will, with the Future Unlimited, and so the text kind of changes into the cursive line. And so those are also available, but
you didn't show
that's something that
you didn't show us there.
No, because we just did this over the weekend.
Oh.
Because we just wanted to ensure that we were going to be able to incorporate and tie in the jewel if you were to utilize it. But obviously the jewel can be brought in or taken out, but by bringing it in, we wanted to show how it ties, and so that's where that concept came from. But again, these concepts drawn and created by Danielle, again, she provided 28 concepts. 3 different contractors or consultants that we brought in only provided 3 to 4 that you all saw, and these are supposed to be top of the line.
She's creative.
Logo creators,
Super.
and it was terrible. And so the old marketing logo has not, it's been over 20 plus years since it's been changed. And so it doesn't mean that this can't be considered or not in the future, but we wanted to present something that you guys may potentially like, and we could move forward in concept.
So I know you did 26 or whatever. Sorry, Danielle. So I kind of like, I looked at it, I looked through the presentation, and I kind of shared it with a few people that were sitting around me. And they was like, well, why does it have to be a jewel? Every jewel is not necessarily a diamond, right? We're not every jewel is not a diamond. Can we say that without putting that? We don't, I think, I don't know, I think when you think of a logo, you want a clean logo, because for monogram purposes, for printing purposes, you want something clean that you'll be able to see. I've seen Carson shirt logos with a little bit too much on it where you can't see the embroidery on it. So when you think about like a clean logo, I don't know which company y'all hired to do the funnies, but I think that Danielle is great. I just think we have to go. It has to be something, right? I can suggest a logo company to you guys that will be way under the city manager's signing authority. That will cost us a couple $100, and they'll make it until you like it, right? So whoever was this logo company, I think they gotta. In my mind, it has to pop a little bit, and I don't know that it popped. And I tried to give my idea to it of having the Future Unlimited come out the jewel, but I don't know if we want to date ourselves. I know we're the jewel of the South Bay. But I think if we put that jewel there, we also miss our university town. We also miss the Porsche driving experience. We miss all of these things being the jewel. We got to tie like something in.
So MPT, from that perspective, another concept which is not there, and kind of just to your point, you can also replace the jewel with just putting the O there as an example. And it just be kind of plain text without putting a logo, and you can then still create a logo as you like. That way you can still utilize the text for varied events or branding for uniforms or so forth.
Mr. City Manager, what I'm hearing, I like the jewel, Arlene likes the jewel, and those two that you showed us are better than what the committee saw. So I think we need to tie, like MPT said, come in with another consultant. Arlene, you're the consultant.
No, I'm saying,
Councilwoman Arlene likes the jewel, I like the jewel, Councilman Hicks likes the jewel. And
I also thought too that the diamond may have been too strong. In my mind, I was thinking of jewels. When I think of jewels, I'm thinking of rubies, not just one particular stone. The jewels or the.
The diamond looks like a V,
but I'm just saying.
not an O.
I'm a diamond. So I think what we're hearing, Mr. City Manager, we need to go back to the drawing table and come up with something. And
okay, we'll go ahead and come back to and bring you all something back. Just keeping in mind, I did get an update as far as the new city website, and so I'm just hoping that something can be selected before we have to drop the city website, because I really would not like have to put the marketing logo on the city website.
okay, well, we're asking for some more, because the last two that I saw, the better than the one that I selected. In other words, because I didn't see the last one.
Those are way nicer.
They're nicer, the color is. So let's go and get a consultant real quick. You have a $75,000 signing authority. Bring it back to us, and we'll meet again with something. There has to be something out there that grabs you all of a sudden. Okay?
Yes, ma'am, we'll do.
So we'll continue this item.
And work on the color.
Good idea.
And MPT said work on the color. These are our colors. I mean, Cedric Hicks said work on the colors, but these are our colors.
I guess a brighter color. I mean, it could still be the blue and the gold, but just something.
a better looking gold.
A different, not a muted. This is muted to me.
This is city colors.
Right. We can change any we can bring any color that you all want. That's a click of the computer for Danielle. I think the issue was we were just trying to keep within the palette of what your seal is.
Well, these are
the
our
blue
colors.
and the gold, right?
Yeah,
So,
these are our
but,
colors.
She had variations with different colors. We just didn't present those because we didn't want to confuse for what the color palette is and what our colors are. But we can provide any kind of any color, any concept, whatnot. But we'll go ahead and get a consultant.
Are you guys
another
comfortable with
consultant.
the blue and the gold? Those are our city colors.
Oh, I mean, I
Does
think
it have
once
to
you
be
get
the same?
once you get a clean logo, it doesn't matter what color it is because the color can variation based on the flyer.
Yeah.
So if it's an all about me event, the flyer can be pink. I mean, the logo could be pink, or it could vary. We change the color of I have a logo. We change the color of the logo weekly, based on what we put out. So I think that's why you want a slick logo, a clean, sleek one, so you can always change the color and it just match.
And a little more style.
Okay, you good, Mr. City Manager? So when Councilman and I meet, we'll have a slick looking, more one that jumps out at you. I still want to see the diamond. Councilwoman wants to see the diamond.
Yes, ma'am. We'll do.
MPT is undecided. He likes it.
Shine bright like a diamond.
That's right. And Councilman Hilton likes the diamond. Incorporated. Okay. What time do you need? We can convene a meeting whenever you want to.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We'll come back at a regular scheduled meeting, but we will have to secure the.
No, we need to see what you have. You have an ad hoc committee.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, no, we'll provide some samples once we are able to secure a fifth.
Okay.
consultant.
38. So it's approved. It's all agreed upon. We'll bring this back, right? Okay. Thank you. Item 38. Consider resolution number 23171. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, item 38 is to consider this resolution, as you stated, increasing the employee and retiree benefit allowances, and we'll provide more context with that with our Assistant City Manager, Dr. Robert Lennox.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. As City Manager mentioned, these two resolutions technically are cleanup items. If you may remember, earlier in the year, the City Council did adopt various memorandums of understandings with each of our full-time bargaining units. Part of those MOUs included provisions that allowed for the employees to be essentially fully covered under the Kaiser family rate. As a result, though, there are two critical resolutions required by CalPERS to codify that arrangement. The first one, as you see there, is related to actual employees that are currently on the books and working with the city. And the second resolution is specifically for retirees and annuitants, so that they can be rectified on CalPERS and in their system. So again, purely a cleanup item, does not change anything related to what you previously approved. That concludes my report.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I don't think that these two resolutions are very controversial because they're negotiated between city management and the bargaining units. So if it's appropriate, I'll make a motion unless there's something else that needs to be said.
No. Any
There-
questions from my colleagues? We'll make the motion then.
Okay, I'll move we approve resolution number 23-171. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson fixing the employee contribution under the Public Employees Medical and Hospital Care Act at an equal amount for employees, and approve resolution number 23-197. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson fixing the employee contribution under the Public Employees Medical and Hospital Care Act at an equal amount for annuitants. And so it just seems that we should approve this, and so that's
Second.
my motion.
Second?
Been moved and properly second. Any questions, any discussion? MPT, cast your vote.
Seconded twice.
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. The next item is commissions, committees, and the board. Does anyone have any changes, corrections, additions?
Well, I have a vacancy, but I have to wait the 10 days, and I don't know how long, when you got the
Oh, yeah.
resignation from Jackie Stewart.
Jackie Stewart resigned.
I know, but the 10-day vacancy.
City clerk would know, she'll know.
Yes, it is 10 days once we receive the vacancy.
Okay.
I'm not certain that, did we announce her vacancy here in the last meeting, or did?
No, we didn't.
Okay.
I just know that she submitted the resignation to you, in email.
Okay, it may have gone to staff to the commission, so I'll have to confirm that it actually came to
Okay.
my office. Nonetheless, we will post the vacancy now that it's been.
Well, can I request to remove then, if she didn't? Because I know she's.
She resigned.
Yeah, she resigned.
Yeah, if she, it's absolutely fine. We'll post the vacancy and then it'll be
Okay.
10 days.
All right, thanks.
Yes, and if staff has it already, then it'll be 10 days from the day that we received it. So I'll be sure to make sure that you're alerted.
Okay.
I have no changes, Madam Mayor.
Madam City Clerk, this vacancy on the Public Relations Commission, is that my vacancy?
I think that's mine.
Oh, that's you?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's you. That's you,
That's mine.
any,
We gotta wait the 10.
it's vacant now.
Yeah, it has not been 10 days.
Oh, it hasn't been,
No.
okay. Well, we'll bring this back. I don't have anything to add right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
And that one's yours, Councilwoman?
it was.
Okay.
Yes, but we still gotta wait.
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Memorial adjournments. Oh, we have a second reading of ordinance number 40. Sorry.
Conduct a second reading by title only and with full reading, waive and adopt ordinance number 23-2310 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, granting a public utility pipeline franchise to Zenith Energy West Coast Terminals LLC.
Second.
Any discussion? It's been moved and properly second. Cast your vote.
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Memorial adjournments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. These are the names that I received. Alfred Menor, Juanito Johnny Cuico Sr., Brenda McHenry, Juanito Justin Ramos Neri, Eileen Buffy Patton, Rita Savage McDowell, Mary Lynn Alexander, Ngozi Elaine Okwara.
Thank you. Brenda was a former employee of the City of Carson. She worked at the, she was a receptionist. So make sure we get flowers to her family. Brenda, yeah. And there was someone else. Well, I sent an email over. MPT. Anyone wants to add anyone? No, we're good. Okay.
Let's bow our heads. Father, we pray now that you would bless these, our bereaved families. You would comfort them and strengthen them. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Members request to add items to future agendas. All communications,
Mayor?
yes.
I'd like to find out from staff when they'd be able to bring back this anti-street takeover ordinance that I had requested, if they've done any
You're working on it.
working on it still. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's all I have.
And our policy, you're working on that. That will be before us, the one that we discussed. That was the, what was it? Yes. That's, okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
before we do the future agenda items, we do have oral communications for items not listed on the
Not listed on the agenda. We have a speaker?
We do. I have 3.
Okay.
And then one received in writing. The first one is Sherry Hodges.
Yes, Sherry. Come on down, Sherry. Oh, bless you.
Nothing to do with what I have to say, but you're having problems with your card. And I taught art for 30 years. And my students' art went to the Getty Museum. So I have some knowledge in this area. What you're missing, what you're looking at, what you don't know, what you don't like about the card, is you're missing the golden ratio. The golden ratio is every great artist, painter that you've seen or artwork you've seen that's not very good, but for some reason you like it. And the reason you like it is because it is a 1/3 to 2/3 ratio. Any good artwork, cards, signs, whatever, has this ratio. And for some reason you're drawn to look at it. The eye looks at it, and your eye follows this 1/3, and it travels around, and it looks, and it sees a pathway, and for some reason your eyes and your brain is satisfied now. Without that ratio, and people just look at cards and they toss them, they don't have the ratio. So you need to have in your card the golden ratio, and you can come up with any color you want, any listing that you would like. And the ones I liked the most were where I saw CA in one color and the O in another color. That is your golden ratio. It's 1/3 to 2/3. What I didn't like about it is that the print overprint, because it was confusing and your eye didn't know where to go. And that's where's your confusion. So anyhow, a little education. That's
Thank
not
you.
why I've come up to talk with you.
Have, another minute.
She said I could talk about both. Well, then I'll save it until next year.
You have a minute? You sit here all night, madam. Let you come on, speak. You've been here all night. Come on, let us know what you have to say. Be careful walking, Madam City Clerk.
I'll
I
make sure to
misunderstood what
readjust
she
the
said.
No, she was right. Robert, give that to the city clerk.
Okay.
Start her 3 minutes.
I live in
over.
Vista. My name is Sherry Hodges. I live in Vista, Deloma. And what everybody wants to know is Carson Goose LLC still going to build in Brownsfield? Number 2, is the Figueroa Business Park still on? And I'd like to have an answer tonight, yes or no, for both. I was asked to be in a meeting here, and it was recorded, how I felt about the traffic issue. And I felt kind of trapped because I didn't say anything about the traffic issue through another speech or talk that I had. And the issue is the building Figueroa Business Park a part of the traffic problem in our area? And I said, no. I said, the problem is the city council. You're putting too many large businesses in a small space, and our traffic is huge. And it sometimes takes 5 minutes to hop on the freeway, and I live, what, a quarter mile from the freeway? So having all of these large businesses and no exit, and plus all of the local businesses and the local people coming to these new businesses is going to increase the traffic in our area. And we are on the corner of, actually between Torrance Boulevard and Del Amo on Main. It gets very, very heavy there. We're not supposed to have trucks, but we do on Main. A lot of trucks on Del Amo, which are not supposed to be any. So, guys, I would really appreciate it if you would figure it out and help the traffic issue in the area. And are these businesses, are they coming in? Are they not coming in? Do we know? Figueroa Business Park, and Browns Field. Do we know if they're still in line to build?
Mr. City Manager, will let JR answer that. And then the Brownfield, yes. Yeah, so she's here.
So the Carson Goose project on the former Cal Compact landfill is going forward. That's that project is going forward. I think the Figueroa Business Park, Industrial Park, is that the 14 acres that's
yes
between Maine and Figueroa? So right now, I don't know. I mean that project is.
I think the project's kaput.
So you probably can.
That one, we're still working with the developer to finalize their plans, and they are moving ahead.
Thank you.
This is Figueroa Business Park.
That's right, but the project has not gone through the Planning Commission and City Council approval.
Well, it seemed like a good business, and they were willing to work with the people in the area.
Okay. So questions like that, Saeed is our Community Development Director. I'm sorry, Jay, I put you on the spot. But Saeed is our Community Development Director. I'll give him your phone number and future questions. He's the guy.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. And it's on for Brownsfield also. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll save all the rest of my questions for after the first of the year.
Thank you. Take Saeed's number so you can call him.
Thank you, Ms. Hodges. Madam Mayor, the next speaker is Larry Franklin.
Larry Franklin.
Perhaps Mr. Franklin is gone for the night. Okay, thank you, Maisha. And finally, Kim Cortado.
Kim. Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council staff. Kim Cortado, Parks and Recreation Commission. Quickly going over a few things so we can get out of here. December 7th at 6 p.m., this Thursday, December 7th at 6 p.m., the tree lighting at the community center. December 8th at 5:30, community basketball event at Veterans Sports Complex. December 9th at 10 a.m. is the pickleball opening day at Hemingway that had to be rescheduled due to rain last month. Also on December 9th, Winterfest at Veterans Park from 12 to 4. Madam Mayor is doing her toy giveaway December 15th for Carson residents.
That's the Carson Citizens Cultural Arts Foundation. I'm just a guest.
Thank you. CCCA. I apologize for that. December 15th, 5 o'clock at the community center for Carson residents. So December 1st was the senior program's Christmas ball. It was a great event. Tickets sold out in a day for that event, so they had to add more tables to that event for the seniors. I went for like a few minutes, but I had lunch at that time, so I couldn't really stay. Thank you for honoring all the volunteers. On behalf of me and Park and Recreation Commission, we want to say thank you as well to all the volunteers in the city of Carson that, take their time, because like the mayor says, you can't do anything without volunteers, and working for the YMCA, we also rely on volunteers a lot, and I did not know today was International Volunteer Day, so now I got to go out and get my volunteers something and say thank you to them for all the hard work that they do for us at the YMCA. Also, regarding YMCA, we do have the senior lunches at the community center 5 days a week. Lunches at 11:30. If you would like to come in, please give me a call, 310-835-0212, extension 1487. We also have the grab and go that has come back every Friday from 12 to 1:30, so seniors can drive through and pick up some frozen meals if they don't feel like coming in and having the hot lunch 5 days a week. And with that, I want to say Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year.
Thank you, and happy holidays to you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
the last thing is a letter that was sent for public comment. So.
Yes.
Oh,
please.
okay. Thank you, and Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening. My name is Jonathan Hawes. I served as El Monte City Clerk from 2013 to 2018. Since 2015, I have been a whistleblower on Andre Quintero and Team El Monte's embezzlement of $10 million from the El Monte Promise Foundation Scholarship Fund. I have interviewed dozens of El Monte residents who have privately confirmed that Promise funds were used for fraudulent trips to Vietnam and Haiti in a bogus consultant in Salt Lake City, house repairs, and other unlawful expenditures. I have myself been interviewed dozens of times. Documents proving this have been submitted to the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. A week ago, an El Monte resident with a documented history of harassing and fabricating lies about other residents told a string of lies on cable news about El Monte mayor. These lies were spoon-fed to her. Keep going. Oh, I'm so sorry. No, I can't hear tonight. Excuse me. These lies were spoon-fed to her by the city manager, El Monte police chief, who went on record confirming one of Martinez's lies. Needs to be fired for interfering in ongoing litigation by commenting publicly on said litigation and for lying in his official capacity. Both Martinez and Fisher dislike Mayor Ancona due to efforts to rid our city of the baleful influence of Andre Quintero and his Team El Monte minions, of which Martinez and Fisher are two. Martinez and Fisher have frequently made significant decisions without a vote from the council, which is unlawful, and Ancona has called out such improprieties, furthering their animosity towards her and her anti-corruption.
Madam City Clerk, thank you. We'll receive that if we want to read it, the rest of it.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Oral communications from council members. Councilman Deere.
I just want to say happy holidays and happy new year to everyone. We are going to have a next regular scheduled meeting after the first of the year. I believe it's on the 9th of January, though we'll have that special one item on the 19th at 10 o'clock in the morning. So I just wish everyone a very safe and happy holidays. We will move Carson forward in the manner that is with respect and diligence. So God bless you, City of Carson. Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to thank the City of Carson for allowing me to represent the City of Carson at the Filipino American History Month at the White House. So that was honorable, and it was the first annual celebration. So I want to thank Ted Benito, which is one of our local producers that produced our Philippine Independence Day this year. So he also produced that White House visit. So thank you to Ted Benito, LXV Enterprises, Apple App Foundation, White House staff. Thank you for the Hollywood Insider and GMA Network for covering the event. And again, thank you to the City of Carson. It was great to represent the City of Carson in Washington, D.C. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hicks.
To the Carson residents and the business community, just want to wish everyone happy holidays, Feliz Navidad, and be safe and be well.
MPT.
I want to say happy holidays. I want to say Merry Christmas to everybody. And as my way to give back and say thank you to the residents of Carson. I have my annual sneaker ball. That's going to be on Saturday. So we're going to party on down and just celebrate. But I've also partnered with Challenging Minds on Friday, December 15th. My tickets have already went live, and it's a free event. I'm doing an early screening of The Color Purple. We have rented out a theater, and Carson, you wiped us out in like 15 minutes. You got all of our tickets in like 15 minutes. I did reserve some tickets for our elected officials if they would like to be our guests, but we are there. We're going to be watching The Color Purple. It's a powerful movie, a powerful remake of the movie, so I would love, if you already got your tickets, I would love to see you there. If you already got your tickets and you're not coming, please let us know, because we have people on the waiting list. So I look forward to seeing you, and happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Feliz Navidad on behalf of the mighty District 1. I'm Mayor Pro Tem Juwan Hilton, and I approve this message.
Thank you. The city manager is passing out. Before I go into that, the city, well, I want to mention to the staff, the senior social event, we need to come up with a policy where our Carson residents get those tickets first. I went to the meeting on Thursday. The club there, when they called to get a ticket, they were all sold. When I went through the event, there were tables of people from Torrance, other cities, but our own seniors were not able to attend. So, Mr. City Manager, could you look into Carson first, like we do for youth sports registration? Then if the tickets don't fill up, then you offer them to non-residents. I don't know, that's what it's supposed to be all the time.
Yeah, yes, ma'am, we'll check. I think
It wasn't.
Unless it's not the policy. I thought
No.
that's still currently the policy.
It
But
should
we'll
be.
look into that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Our seniors at the Thursday club, and I went Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, told me the tickets were sold when they tried to get tickets, and they were not able to attend. Right, so let's make sure that we are implementing that as Carson first, because any senior that's in the city of Carson should go before we have tables. I mean, the events are so successful. When I went to the table, we're from the city of Torrance, we're from here, we're from there, and I'm saying, uh-oh, and then I'm getting chewed out. So that was one thing I wanted to mention. Also, I just passed out, Mr. City Manager, I talked to you guys about this, but this is a prelude to our State of the City address that's going to be coming up. These are some of the things that we've accomplished in this past year as a city, as a team. Celebration of 55 years of Carson heritage and community, the 55th anniversary ball, Carson's first economic development plan, which is pivotal to the development of what we're trying to do in the city of Carson. Honoring veterans housing initiative, where we said that we want to make sure that any future housing, we address our veterans' needs. Revitalization of infrastructure, citywide street maintenance project is going on. We talked about that, and we recognize the importance of a robust infrastructure, and we've earmarked, estimated between $20 and $75 million. This project targets the revitalization of approximately 254 streets across the 4 districts. This council voted to go north, east, west, and south, and since we have a robust reserve, we're going to do that. Enhancing public safety, citywide security camera project, the first ever in response to the increased acts of vandalism, graffiti, break-ins at some of our city parks in recent months. We realize and have to prioritize enhancing public safety through implementation of city security cameras and projects. Enhancing public safety engagement division, first ever. This city has worked diligently to combat homelessness. We've hired 2 homeless staff to address the homeless issue. And I know, Mr. City Manager, we're looking at bringing an additional 2 because the work shift, some of our residents that don't live here realize that we get off at 6 o'clock, so then they come back out. So that will be coming before the City Council soon. The revitalization of City Hall and the modern makeover for City Hall. We've been working on that and still working on it. I want to say thank you to the staff for working diligently to enhance it. We have new landscaping that's going in, and our City Hall new facelift. Community Center is next on the agenda to give it a facelift because that is our money-making venue. And if you wanted to make a revenue, you have to have something that's attractive to the residents or the people that's coming to rent the hall. We just discussed the city marketing logo, which will be coming back. Physical responsibility and economic stability exceeding 88 million. We discussed that. We saw it in this chart. First time in the history of the city of Carson that we have a surplus in that large amount. And this year we launched and adopted a comprehensive citywide fee study for the first time in over 2 decades that has been done. So we were really excited about that. And we established an audit committee to enhance the transparency and accountability in each of the financial processes. I believe MPT and I are on that committee. Grants achievements in 2023. Reconstruction of Lameda Boulevard, $2 million through Assembly Bill 102. Urban Forestry Master Plan. Secretary Thomas Vilsack announced a $1 million grant from the U.S. Forestry Service for Urban Forestry Plan. This funding will be used to enable us to plant and maintain trees. I'm a tree person, so thank you for that. And we talked about the historic preservation of Carson City Hall. The National Trust for Historic Preservation granted $150,000 for the historic preservation of City Hall, a testament to our city's architectural heritage. Okay? Greenhouse gas emissions reduction initiative. Our commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and combating climate change is bolstered by a $2 million grant from the federal omnibus bill. The bill will facilitate the installation of social panels at Veterans Park and making a cruise step in our environmental sustainability. Veterans Park and Sports Complex enhancements. Carson received $2 million in federal money assigned by President Biden for the enhancement of Veterans Park and the Sports Complex. We have had a great year. There's a memorandum of understanding with Cal State University, Dominguez Hills. We just passed that at our last council meeting. This is a first. It's a mentorship program that's being provided in collaboration with Cal State University, Dominguez Hills. Establishing global connections, the city. We will be entering into a sister city with Nigeria, and we've been trying to do this for some years. That's going to become a reality thanks to Chike Nweke and helping us to move forward with something that has been on the table for some time. And our State of the City will be held on March 30th by me, and we'll address some of these improvements. But what I want to focus on next year is all these things that we've been able to accomplish, but where we're going to be going in the future. I think we've done quite a lot. I want to thank this staff for all that they've done. And looking ahead, what are we going to do? We'll be meeting with staff, I think Thursday, to start talking about the State of the City address. And the main focus for me will be on where we're going to go. We know where we are. We're making progress, but we need to look ahead in the future. In order for us to look ahead in the future, you have to have a plan of action in place. And so that is a quick and dirty summary. Everyone has it. Make it available for the public. And then to the city manager, I had talked to you about a resolution that I'd like you to bring back regarding elected officials participating in campaigning at other events. I'd like to bring that back to us, and then I'd like to show a tape.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. And also we talked about your, on your agenda, you wanted to move the dates, and then council approved it for the council meetings in the month of January, next month for the new year.
Yes.
So you all approved that, but I think you wanted to declare a holiday on
for our
December
employees.
For the employees on December 26th.
Well, that's the one thing the mayor can do without any votes. So the day after Christmas will be a paid holiday for all of our city employees. The day after Christmas, because of the way Christmas falls, we don't need to go before and after because employees are off on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or whatever it is. But you get an extra day. On the 26th, all city employees, Merry Christmas from Mayor. and City Council. And then before I adjourn this meeting, I'd like to show you a quick tape of why I'm asking for this resolution to be on video. So please show the video. Where's my gavel?
That's nasty. You're a nasty lady. You're very nasty. You're a very mean person. And you're mean tonight, and you have two faces. You have the mean face that's really inside of you, and then you have the public face where you put on a facade like you're a nicey, huggy person. So you're two different people, and that is it. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's
Our meeting
nasty.
is adjourned.
You're a nasty lady.
Nasty.
You're
I'm
very
a nasty lady.
Thank you for showing that so the public sees how mean you are.
I am
You're a very
mean.
mean person. That's right.
Say it again. Keep
Mean,
saying it.
vindictive, vengeful, and that's why people don't like you.
Also, this meeting is adjourned to the 19th. Not adjourned, it's continued.
The regular meeting is continued exactly to
December 19th at 11 a.m. Thank you. Good night. Merry Christmas. Oh, is it 10 now? Okay, 10 o'clock a.m. I have 11 down. So thank you and Merry Christmas to all of you Carson residents. Your mayor is not nasty.